Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 4. Okay, I was kind of worried that you would stop cheering because I know we're like made it through the halfway point already. I know day 4 is rough. It's also the day that we start running out of clean clothes. So I see more and more people wearing the conference shirt. I see. But I want to do a quick check-in. So I'm going to say a phrase, and on the count of 3, give me a thumbs up if like you're into it, you're loving it, you're good, and then thumbs down if you're like, I'm over it, I don't like it, I hate it, okay? So first, sleep quality. I didn't even have to count. Everyone's just like, ah. Okay. Well, I see some doing this. Okay. Small talk. Okay, some people are loving it, some people don't like it. Air conditioning. Okay, I see. This is more, okay, some are like this. What? We love it. Okay, so I've been asking friends how they are. You know, when I see them, I encounter them. And my observation is that the higher the pitch, the higher the octave of the answer, the less true it is. So for example, how are you? I'm great! They're not great. Or if you say, I'll see you at the side event later, see you there! They're not coming. So beware of this when you talk to your friends. But of course, we can't blame them. I mean, the days have been long, they've been intense. And yesterday, we had sessions on shark and community scientists, MANTA implementation strategies on international trade, ecology, and biology. There were new posters up, so you can take time to explore them. And if you haven't met your hero, someone you've been following, this is your chance, because you only have 2 days left. And this is your chance to grab them, and unfortunately, yes, make small talk. Now, I just want to take a moment also to appreciate the love and the intention and the care that the Blue Resources Trust team has been putting into this, the organization of this. People have been loving the bean bags. I see a lot of you have been enjoying the bean bags. They actually had to bring in more bean bags, you know. There's also a box of sanitary products and feminine care products in the female washroom. That's not a common thing, so thank you. And then the food has also been amazing. My fellow Asians are not suffering from rice withdrawal symptoms that we would always feel when we go to international conferences. And the amount of food is just right. Like, you're full, but you're not going into a food coma. And did you know, I just found this out last night, that they actually did a test run of the IDs. Like, they walked around for a week with those IDs just to see how they would hold up for the week. That is the kind of care and thought that they've put into it. It's crazy. Anyway, so thank you. Thank you, BRT, for all of that. I think in general, people have been enjoying everything. So today's keynotes are focusing on shark fin trade and the solutions. And today's keynotes will be a little different. It's like a little bit more of a duet with no singing. So our 2 speakers are Stan Shea and Diego Cardeñosa. Stan is probably the most chic, illegal shark fin trade expert I've ever met. His outfits are always so cool, like he can pull off print on print, and down to his socks and shoes, and you'll see that in a bit. He's also the Marine Program Director at Bloom Associate Hong Kong and ADM Capital Foundation, and he's done extensive research work on global trade dynamics and retail market status, on shark fins, sea cucumbers, and related dried seafood products. And he does all of this without a smartphone. He has a trusty Nokia flip phone. And Diego was born and raised in Colombia and is now an assistant professor at Florida International University. His research focuses on species composition on the shark fin trade, geographic origin tracing of shark and ray products, and DNA protocols for import enforcement. His work has shaped global trade policies, and he's partnered with Interpol and other national agencies. And when he's not using telemetry and environmental DNA and baited remote underwater video to monitor shark and ray populations, you can find him kite surfing and spending time with his dog named Windy. Let's all welcome Stan and Diego.
Thank you, Anna. You know, like I have to dress up for you because you're the chief mermaid. It's like, maybe you don't know. Try to Google Anna Oposa. There's a Wikipedia talking about her. So I'm trying to dress up just to see her. Thank you, Anna. This is what Hong Kong looks like today. Some people think it's like international financial center or like shopping center or dim sum center, but we used it to be a fishing village. On the left-hand side, which is the old image that you can see Hong Kong used to look like. On the right-hand side, even today, you can still find some of the fishing features or like related issues in Hong Kong. So we used it to be a fishing village, and then you actually look at the literature. In 1940s, there is like a comment, sharks were found everywhere. And you see the dots with the circle, we used it to even have our own shark fishery. So to catch the fins and also use the meat to make fishball. And we, even in 1954, we have manta documented in Hong Kong, but now just no more because we eat them all. So this is actually from a trawl survey, and then like 12 hours trawl survey. Almost like most of the catch are just like the coin size. So that's why I put the coin to just to reference the size of the fish. And this is a map showing the live reef fish trade. That is a perfect example to show what happened. So in the past, 90% of our fishery resources, we just take it from our area. But in 1970s, we have much more technology. We go deeper, we go further, and up to now, we're just importing the fish from everywhere. So that's why, to feed our demand, we are very hungry people, and then we're importing from more than 150 countries or places to feed our seafood demand. And I know you don't, I mean, the people here, you don't really like care less about the grouper or like the other live reef food fish. So let's look at sharks. So when I saw this, the shark fin city, and for me, I would actually technically call it the shark fin capital. So the reason why this is the scale. So over 125 countries or places, they have been shipping, exporting sharks. I just put the line. So you can see that's why always talking about the Hong Kong when we talk about shark fin. It's truly global scale, it's international trade, and we are in the dark side. And just the scale, the volume. So I actually use the trade data to look at Hong Kong, China, Singapore, Taiwan, and Japan. And up to 2024, we are still one of the most important places for importing shark fins. So the scale and the volume. And then what else do we know? Not until Shedika was amazing. The PhD students in 2000, in year 2000, she actually started the first work using CSI, which is the DNA. On the left-hand side, this is the shark fin trade category. So the trader use those category names to sell their product, and they need to grade them because some species have higher price. And Shedika used DNA analysis to actually match the trade category, and here what you see. And the right-hand side, which is the IUCN conservation status. I mean, it's really good. First time I don't have to explain what does conservation status mean. So I don't have to explain like what is vulnerable, critically endangered. I'm gonna go. But at least you can see most of the products are actually threatened with extinction. If we don't do anything, we don't like do any kind of stuff, regulate the trade, management, they just gone. And what else do we know? So if I look at the Hong Kong shark fin imports, what we have to see from this graph, very simple. So this graph actually showing the import. It was increased around 1980s. So as a Hong Kong person or a Chinese person, I always ask my friend or people, when do we eat shark fins? Everyone is telling me it's in the wedding, it's in the banquet, it's the wedding. Okay, so wedding. What I did, I actually looked at the number of people getting married in Hong Kong from the 1980s. So the red line, It's actually going down unless people start eating shark fin when they divorce. So, like it was 1980s going up, the blue line, and then the red line actually going down. So what happens? Like we don't know why. So we, in 2009, and then we partnered with the Hong Kong University Social Science Department. We tried to use the other part to understand the situation, sociological survey. So basically what we want to do is why people consume shark fin, when do they consume, and how much do they pay, and when. So we started with qualitative group, which is the focus group. So each focus group is about 10 people. So we have like elderly people. It doesn't mean they just old. So it means that they have the manual decision making, because in Asia, it's mainly the elder generation do the decision making. So we have the focus group with elderly people. We have the manual decision maker for family. So basically, in Hong Kong, it's the housewife. Woman has all the power and the money. You can ask my wife there. So housewife and then ComSat, because the boss, they don't know where do they eat. So we also have the focus group with the SAC, and also the wedding planner, hotels. And then once we finish the focus group, we go to the quantitative, which is interview thousands of people randomly in Hong Kong. It's not me. The Hong Kong Youth Social Department called them. So what we found out, 90% of the people at least had shark fins once in their lifetime. And in the past 12 months, at that time in 2009, over 70%, so they would have shark fin. It also shows the reason why we work on shark fins rather than focus on meat, cartilage, or other things. Because the trader always say, they eat shark meat. Why are you pointing the fingers to the shark fin? Because that helps to show to trader to basically just shut up. And then what is the occasion for eating shark fins? Yeah, wedding pops up. But also all other events that we should be planning in Hong Kong on like making communication strategy. And like festival, people eating in Christmas, eating turkey, we eating shark fin. And then in 2012 and 2013, the Hong Kong government and the Chinese government actually has a policy on talking about like no official banquet to consume shark fin. And in Hong Kong, they will actually purely have the press release to say, purely because of sustainability. So you're not allowed to have like official government banquet to have shark fin. And China, they always have their reasons, and they're always correct, but I don't care. As long as they actually helps a lot on the awareness issue. So, and then also around that time, 2012, 2013, and then a lot of NGOs in Hong Kong, they have different campaigns, talk about like shark fin conservation, marine conservation. So what happened is like 2014 and 2019. So our first survey was 2009. So 5 years later in 2014, and 10 years later in 2019, we redo the survey to actually understand the community, what are they doing. So you can see all the decline on the consumption. And it's more interesting, in 2009, most of the people actually consumption frequency. Most of the people, they say, stay the same. So they didn't increase their consumption, they didn't decrease consumption. But in 2014, actually, most of the people actually say they decreased their consumption. And first time, 60%, 16% actually say they stopped eating. So when compared the first one, and then you can see after 10 years, most of the people actually, they decrease a lot of their consumption. So like they have stopped eating too. And then we further ask the people, they say like they decrease their consumption, why? So it's the environmental concern actually pops up. So people actually understand the environmental issue. And of course, the cost also comes up because Hong Kong, Chinese people, they only care about money. And then what we ask also, feelings about eating endangered like species. It's interesting. Actually, 30% or 22% of people, they have no feeling. They don't care, they don't feel uncomfortable or comfortable. And even some people actually feel comfortable to eat endangered species. So, and also even more interesting to me, 25% of 7 million people think the oceans are actually has unlimited supply. So that's how we work on with other like NGOs in Hong Kong talking about education, etc. But this is just a baseline and a reference that you can understand. We see some decline on or decreased consumption in Hong Kong, which is something good. And then this is the report. I know you guys like graph and reports. So it's all on internet. You can search, and if you want to read more about the report. And we use the research to touch the community, to understand the community, or even to education plan. And then Hong Kong is about corporate, always about business and money. So what does the corporate do? So in 2011, there were only 4 hotels, and 2 of them actually is cheating. They don't even have Chinese banquet. So the 2 hotels actually removed the shark fin completely for the hotel. And then the bottom one, what does that mean? Is the conscious consumption. So they take out the shark fin from all the menu. But let's say if I have $1 million Hong Kong dollars, I can eat shark fin. So based on request. But it's good. At least they try to do something because of the sharks. And then that's what happened in 2011. 2013, actually more hotels realized like ESG, CSR, whatever the policy about the environmental issue. So they joined the suit. And even now, like the updated survey. So even now you go to Hong Kong now, almost like all the high-end hotel, you can't even find shark fins. So that helps. So as you can see, the community try to help or try to understand the situation, and also corporate. And some of the hotel or the corporate, like restaurants, they go even further. This is talking about like the restaurants in Ocean Park, and then they only serve sustainable seafood. And some of the hotel actually now have procurement policy, not just on sharks, talking about sustainability of like sustainable seafood guide. But it's quite funny. So they actually use the IUCN critically endangered species. So which means endangered, vulnerable, we can eat, like, but at least they try to do something. So you have seen the community, you have seen the corporate of Hong Kong. So what happened? Up to now, there were decline from 2012 on the import. But up to now, we are still talking about 2,000 metric tons of the fins coming into Hong Kong, even now. Not the cartilage, not the carcass, not the meat, just fin. So 2,000 metric tons. And what could we do? So we actually try to update the research Sherika did to actually understand, because think about, we want to protect a species. We don't know what we are trading. It's difficult to talk about protection. So this is the map showing the shark fin retail shops in Hong Kong. So about 360 shops, they're all located in a very centralized area. So, and then we try to actually use the retail market to understand. And then what we found with the update data, we found out, like Rima said, it's not just shark fin, it's ray fin and chimera fin. So, but in Chinese it's difficult. They still think only about sharks. So now that's why we have to talk about sharks and rays and chimera. And we use the research to update the situation. We talk to the government, and then, and also the corporate, and because of the CITES. So I like CITES, but I have to work in CITES because I don't like CITES. It's talking about 168, well, 60-something countries' politics. Not I like it, but I have to work on CITES because CITES is the only regulation that can regulate the trade in Hong Kong. So for example, if you like catch a whale shark in Hong Kong, if they're not alive, you can do whatever you want. If they're alive, it's also because of the CITES. You need a permit to actually possession license. So CITES is the only regulation at the moment. We try to move more regulation, but you know, government is slow. So we use the best available regulation at the moment. So we mainly work on CITES. And I'm not gonna go into what is CITES because I'm sure some of you, most of you actually understand. If you don't know, yesterday I heard about Ashe talking about what is CITES. You can go and ask him. If not, Google. You will understand what is CITES. And with the scale of the trade, so we have CITES, but we need help. So who can help? Adventure, welcome.
Thank you, Stan. Yeah, so I don't have the powers of the Avengers, so I'll stay with pipettes and thermocyclers, which is kind of a superpower. But before I go, I just want to acknowledge BRT for this amazing conference, Sharks International, and how special it is to me to be presenting here as a keynote speaker with one of my best friends. I met him 10 years ago, and yeah, I think 10 years ago we would never believed that we would be here together presenting to you. So, as Stan said, we arrived as the Avengers, and where did we start? We knew about the landmark papers by Shelley Clark and collaborators back in the early 2000s, but keep in mind that between those papers from Shelley Clark until the early 2010s, there was no other papers about the species composition of the international shark fin trade. So there was a big gap in what we knew about it. And just before we started the work in Hong Kong in 2013, for the first time, commercially valuable species enter CITES. If you don't know what CITES is, Google it. Just kidding. So these species entered in the Appendix 2 of CITES. So the shiny white-tip, the poor beagle, and the 3 large species of hammerhead, the scallop, the smooth, and the great hammerhead. And just also keep in mind that these species, although they were listed in 2013, they only were enacted or enforced at the end of 2014. So CITES gave an 18-month grace period to the countries to start enforcing those regulations. So I'm just going to walk you through the streets of Hong Kong. 7.5 million people. Stan just told us more about the city. I fell in love with the city the moment I touched base there in 2014. I lived in Hong Kong for a year during my PhD. I fell in love with the culture, the people, the food. No, the shark fin soup. I haven't tried, just if you were going to ask. But I fell in love with the city itself. So if you walk through the streets of Hong Kong, it's very easy, if you're in Sheung Wan or Shai Jing Pun, to see fins on the walls of the retail markets. And it's as common as going through, I don't know, the streets of Sri Lanka and find a shop with spices. Is really everywhere in the city. So when you walk around the streets, you will see yellow fins. So that will not allow you to identify what species it is. It's processed, all the coloration and some of the morphology characteristics are gone. And another thing you will notice is some cuts at the base of the fin. So that was kind of like a light bulb moment, I think, that went on Damien Chapman's head early in the 2013 or 14, where what's that cut? And if you look at it, is what we call shark fin trimmings or shark fin offcuts. So when they're processing the fin in Hong Kong, they cut the thick insertions at the base of the fin, and we can use those trimmings that we can buy for a much less cost in the markets as a proxy of what it is in the markets. And we also started in the late 2019 a project with small fins, which up to that point we didn't know exactly what the species composition of the small fins in Hong Kong was. So a little bit of the methodology on the surveys. On the shark fin trimming side, we have a list of more than 300 vendors in those districts in Hong Kong, and we randomize it every month. And then Stan and his team goes to 10 vendors randomly selected. He purchased 20 bags. Then at the lab, we select 10 random samples from each lab, from each bag, to a total of 200 samples a month. We started that in 2014. And then for the small fins, we started in 2019, very similar methodology. Obviously, the big fin is a little bit more expensive, so we cannot go through a lot of more vendors. But we basically identify up to 475 samples a month since 2019. And now that we have genetics, this paper was a big turning point and game changer for us, because when the fin is processed, the DNA is basically destroyed. These fins have gone through a long journey from the source countries to the shelves in Hong Kong. So the DNA is pretty much gone. So we have to design mini barcoding assays to be able to bring those fins to identify them to the species level. For the shark fin trimmings, we've done over 20,000 samples analyzed to the species level in an 11-year period, uninterrupted, and is still ongoing. We have identified up to 101 species in trade. Just keep in mind that the Shelley Clark papers back in the early 2000s, they identified 14 species, but the trade is, as you see, a lot bigger than that. For the small fins, it's a little different. We've done a little less effort up to this point. It's around 4,000 samples that we have identified to the species level, 7 years of uninterrupted survey, and 76 species detected. The number of samples that we have identified to the species level is less because some politics in the US hasn't allowed us to go back and do those analyses. So I won't talk more about that because I will turn into the Hulk in this, in this stage, but it's all right. If you see the difference between the small fin and the shark fin trimming survey, they're equally diverse. But when you check to the species, they share around 57 species. There are 32 that are unique to the shark fin trimmings, and 17 that are unique to the small shark fin category. This is what it looks like. This is on the left. You'll see the small shark fin survey results for the most common species. On the right-hand side, you have the shark fin trimming. So some differences will pop very quickly. So in the small shark and the shark fin trimmings, you'll see the blue shark comprises the majority of the trade. While in the small shark fins, you see they're more coastal species, small size species. The similarities are, for example, the scalloped hammerhead shark. Why? Because on the shark fin trimming side, it's most likely large fins that are being trimmed. On the small shark fins, it's probably juveniles that are being traded for this. So we are trading critically endangered sharks when they're juveniles and they were adults. So there's not a lot of room for those populations to recover with this. And this data has been critical and pivotal for the CITES listings that have occurred since 2014. So COP16, 17, and since then, every single time, the proposals of elasmo ranks have been very, very successful. And here you can see the only species from the most common in both surveys is the gray carpet shark that is not on CITES. Then everything else is on CITES. So it's a very, very big win since we started doing this project. And you can see in 2013, we had the great white, the whale shark, the basking shark, the priesty species or the sawfish were in Appendix 1, and then the oceanic whitetip, the poor beagle, and the 3 hammerheads came with it. But since then, the number of species on CITES has increased tremendously, with the last 2 COPs listing whole families in it. So the number of species, we passed from a handful of CITES Appendix 2 elasmo ranks to almost 200 species in the convention. So well done. We saved sharks. That's it. Thank you. Not so fast. Not so fast. So the next question is, are these listings being properly implemented? And that's where also this simple survey that we do in Hong Kong plays a critical role to identify it. So here you can see the reported trade or reported volume by the different CITES parties for the 3 hammerheads and the oceanic whitetip shark. But I want you to focus on the oceanic whitetip because I think it exemplifies exactly what's going on at a global scale. So these species, or the records of oceanic whitetips imports into Hong Kong, are minimal. If you take from 2015 to 2021, the total volume that was imported legal, that means the parties were reported it to the CITES trade database records, was 30.6 tons. That, if you include the total imports of fins in that same time frame in Hong Kong, that only is 0.01 of the total imports into Hong Kong. So in order to find oceanic whitetips in our survey, that is around 20,000 samples, we should have found 2. That's how rare it should be in the markets in a perfect world. Unfortunately, they're common and stable in the Hong Kong markets. They're 5.7% of our sampling events, we did find oceanic whitetips. And when you compare that proportion of the contribution of the trimmings to what was imported, is 70 times higher. So it's a failure of the CITES Appendix 2 listing for these species. So the CITES Secretariat and all the stakeholders involved in listing species used this data. And in the last COP in Uzbekistan, this species was uplisted to CITES Appendix 1. it's a win, but it's a sad win, because that means our previous effort failed and we had to uplist that species to Appendix 1. The goal is to remove them for CITES, meaning we are actually doing a good job with trade. The fact that it went to Appendix 1 is not it's a political win, but it's not the great conservation win. We did find something that is a good news. So for the poor beagle shark, you can see the trend is a significant trend, and since 2017, we haven't seen a single poor beagle shark in our markets, like 0, 0. Why? There's potentially two reasons why the populations might be so depleted that we don't see them anymore, but there's another reason. The populations that still remain viable for that species are in North America and Europe, or in Australia and New Zealand. Those are high-capacity nations that have the capacity of enforce and have high compliance. So that might be a reason why the poor beagle has disappeared from our markets, which I think that is a conservation win. But there's another way to look at these market data, and is where do they come from? If you see a lot of the trade data is either sharks, rays, you know, in the sense of tracing one fin from the origin to the Hong Kong market is really complicated. But with genetics, it's kind of a witchcraft, but we were able to do it. We've done it for the oceanic white-tip, for the silky shark, the scalloped hammerhead shark, very recently with the thresher shark. And I'm going to explain that one because I think it also exemplifies what we can do and the extent of the data that we have here. So here you have a portion of global haplotypes or sequences that are common in populations around the world for pelagic thresher sharks. Back in 2014, I published a paper where clade A and clade B were very, very different in the cytochrome oxidase 1 for pelagic threshers. Clade A are sharks that are from the Western Pacific and the Indian Ocean. Clade B are haplotypes and animals that are from the Eastern Pacific. In that portion, in that left-hand side of the screen, if you have an A, you are from the Western Pacific. If you have a G in your sequence, you are from the Eastern Pacific. So just by the sequences that we get from Hong Kong, I could pinpoint Eastern Pacific, Western Pacific. It's just it was that easy. So when you see the trade, what was reported for the pelagic thresher shark on CITES, remember it was listed in 2016, so the records in the CITES trade database start in 2017. It was mostly from the Eastern Pacific. Most of the trade that we saw were reported by Eastern Pacific countries, with very little until 2021 reported from a Western Pacific country, which was Indonesia, and represented 1% of the total imports of Hong Kong. So in a perfect scenario, you won't see Western Pacific thresher sharks past or before 2021, and the Western Pacific sharks or thresher sharks should be low after 2021 because the imports were really low. But this is what we saw. I'm just going to blow it up here. So we saw that before the Eastern Pacific used to dominate the trade, but those thresher sharks in the circle do not match. What we find in the trade do not match what was reported. In 2020, 2018, 2017, there was no reports of pelagic thresher shark. That means those sharks, those animals we found in trade, had to arrive to Hong Kong on illegal shipments. Then, after 2021, the Western Pacific population took over the trade of pelagic threshers. But this reporting, or this volume that was reported, is not enough to what we see in the trade. So it's the Western Pacific and Indian Ocean nations are sending a lot of pelagic threshers to Hong Kong still illegally. We can use that data. Here there's a large table. You don't have to go through all of it, but we have countries, whether they belong from the Eastern Pacific or the Western Indian Ocean population, the average imported volume from 2017 to 2022, whether they report thresher shark, either genus or species reports to FAO and RFMOs, if there have been seizures in Hong Kong from those countries, and if they are reporting to CITES. And we can highlight the countries that are problematic, and this data can be used by the CITES Secretariat to enforce and trigger the mechanisms in CITES to change these trends. Basically, there is the review of significant trade, which you can think about it as the early warning, and there's the Article 13, which is the enforcement hammer. There's one example in 2024. The Article 13 was implemented in Ecuador, and all exports were banned or were stopped in Ecuador because this Article 13, or the enforcement hammer, was enacted there. So what do we need? How do we fix this? And one of the main problems is enforcement capacity outside these high capacity nations in Hong Kong and the exporting countries. So how do we fix this? When you go to do inspections with authorities, this is a picture I took in 2018 with an inspection we were doing with AFCD in Hong Kong. They don't have inspectors that only look at the shark fins. The inspectors that have to look in sea cucumber, seahorses, corals, mammals. The amount of the wildlife trafficking is so high that it overwhelms the capacity of any nation, really, to detect the trade. And they have to identify some of these fins visually. In the early days of CITES, it was easy because you could do it visually for the hammerheads, the poor beagle, the oceanic whitetip. Now with over 200 samples on CITES, it's a lot more challenging to identify, let's say, the requiem sharks just visually. And also we've seen this trend where the traders and the traffickers are exporting fins from the source already processed. So all the visual identification tools that we have from the source country to Hong Kong go obsolete because they will only be looking at a yellow fin. So the only thing that we can do to help them would be DNA. So I'm very proud with this project. It's like my baby project, where we are using quick identification tools and training officers around the world. Within 2 hours, they can use this tool and identify species. Very easy, very cheap. It's like $1.5 per sample. On the early days with Damian Chapman, we were developing tools or assays for species-specific assays. So we could only identify silky, the hammerheads, and if it was something else, it didn't work. But now that we have so many species on CITES, that particular chemistry would be a lifetime designing all these species-specific primers, so we have to pivot and change how we can identify this. So last year, we published this paper where basically the critical point of it is universal primers. That means the reaction will occur on any elasmobranch species, regardless if it's CITES or not. But the important part within the forward and the reverse primer is what's happening in between. So each species between the forward and reverse, it's so different that it generates what we call a melt curve. It's a signature. So you can think of the melt curve as a visual representation of the order and the composition of the nucleotides in that sequence. So yeah, it's just a change in a G or an A or a T will yield a different sequence. And it's in the 12S of the mitochondrial DNA of the sharks, which has very little intraspecific variation, but very, very high interspecific variation. So, to this point, and we thought that if we do this and we had like a booklet of curves, it would be very tedious for a law enforcement officer to identify whether it was a spinner shark or a blacktip shark. They're similar, but their difference is that if you really, really pay attention visually, you could, but it would be hard. So we developed a machine learning tool, an AI tool, that focuses on the important portions of those curves. And basically, this is the process. So you grab a fin, you clean it with alcohol, you cut a little piece, you put it on a tube with a buffer, you leave it there for 15 minutes, you put it under some temperatures and times in the thermocycler, and that's an extraction enough for this tool. So you extract DNA in the field within 20 minutes, which a few years ago would have, just the idea of it was crazy. Then you make some primers and reagents that come from the shelf prepared. You run the qPCR within 2 hours, and then voila, you have your results. You have the curves, but it's not the end of the process. Then we developed a website. How many of you have done barcoding and have used the tool Blast online? All right, so most of you. Cool. So this is like an NCBI Blast, but instead of uploading a sequence, you uploaded the output file of the tool. So you go in here, you drop your CSV file, you hit run, it runs for a few seconds, and afterwards, you have sample 9. It was a sandbar shark. Sample 10, 100% confidence, black tip. Sample 11, 95% lemon shark. So it's that easy. So you don't have to play around with curves to see what it is. It's just a repository of curves that gives you a confidence. So if you're a law enforcement, you just need to do you trust 100 or 99.9% identification? Done. That's all you need. You can click the download CSV button. It gives you a file, sample 1, what species was, what the confidence of identification was, and that's done. I want to use this opportunity because you truly work everywhere in the world. Right now, we have 149 species of elasmobranchs in this database. 85 of those, or 56%, are CITES listed species, and we've done 2,300 samples for this. But we don't have basically the database that we have in Florida is not as big as it could. So if you think you have samples from species that would be beneficial for this tool, please reach out to us, and we can collaborate with you, use those samples that you have, put them into this database so the application of this tool can grow globally and it can be used in your countries in the future. So this is only as good as the number of samples that we have in that database. And obviously I cannot run around the world chasing all of you for samples, but it would be easier to collaborate. So please reach out if you have samples and you want this to be used. So I got a little creative in the theory of change for this tool. So if we don't do this, it's business as usual for the traders, where they just exchange shark fins for money. They're very, very, very valuable. But if we deploy this tool in the customs and the important bottlenecks around the world, then we hit the traders and the traffickers where they hurt the most, which is their profits, their wallets. Then, if we do that correctly, they have two choices. Either they source their fins from sustainable sources and most likely high-capacity nations, or they most likely have to exit the trade. And when illegal trade stops paying as much as it does right now, then we could try to improve the trends that we're seeing for sharks around the world. So if we change the risk, we can change the trade. And there's signs, like Stan was saying, that before, I think it was 2016, you're from the bowl to the, what was it, 2017? There was a paper by Stan that shows that Hong Kong trades fins with around 86 or 84 countries annually. That number has been reduced to a little over 30 countries. So the traders are paying attention to what CITES is doing. It's a real pain for them to deal with prosecutions and better enforcement around the world. So the trade is actually going down. It's not because they're not bringing in CITES listed species, it's because the number of countries that are trading fins with Hong Kong has decreased tremendously. So I just want to invite Stan back on stage, and he's going to tell you what he's been doing with the Hong Kong authorities to use these genetic tools and the visual tools that are out there to change the game in Hong Kong?
Not he, we. I think like Diego said, I mean, happy about the listing, but it's actually just the first chapter. If you list something, you don't implement or you don't do anything, what's the point of listing? So look at the government side, and do you break it? Thank you. So we are talking about, 2,000 metric tons. Let's visualize. This is a picture taken from Diego some time ago. This is one shipment. And then how thousands and thousands of fins putting in bags and bags move in container. This is only one shipment. And then I'll wait for your picture. No problem. Take your time. We have time. And then like sometimes in the shipment, if you are lucky or the custom lucky, you will have like blue shark dry fin. But who knows if it's correct or not. And once it arrived Hong Kong, also taken by Diego, the container opened. And then you see bags and bags, and you can talk about not just thousands of fins, 1 million fins in one container. So I mean, like Diego said, $1 per sample for doing DNA. It's only $1 million US, so it's easy for the Hong Kong government to do. So like that's the other thing, is the scale. So what happened, we need other adventure, and then that's how they come in. So, you know, like Diego said, like, they can identify, well, now so many species are listing. Honestly, if Hong Kong hire RIMA, if RIMA can station in one place more than 3 days, then that would happen. So with RIMA and Diego, they actually originally start, this is the trade, well, this is the paper also mentioned by Diego. So think about, Stradica use DNA. The trader, they never see actually the sharks, but they can identify according to trade category. They never even see a shark, but they know how the identification. And apparently Rima and Damien went to the wrong side. They don't want money. They learn how to do visual identification by publishing different visual identification guide using morphology, and then like also the shape, and then also even ratio to actually look at the CITES species. They don't need to look at every species. They only focus on CITES species at that time. And then that's also because why? Think about I work in a custom. What do? They see stuff. X-ray or even the CT scanner, they see those products. So they use eyes. They don't necessarily know how to use DNA. That's the original point that we start from, because visual identification. Even from this picture, the X-ray, you can know what position of the fin is. It's definitely not the lower caudal loop of the shark fin. So they can actually identify through X-ray and then to further do something. And then we work with the Hong Kong government. In this case, the Hong Kong government will work with the custom and also what Diego mentioned, AFCD, which is the fishery department. So we did different workshop in different year. Every time there's a CITES listing, we do implementation workshop. And then we provide them poster. Basically, we're begging them to do something. And then now we have the machine for them. And you know, this is also very Hong Kong or working with the government. You're now to give a gift more than $20 to government. So now we borrow the machine. So the Hong Kong government borrowed the machine and then they can use it. You see all this policy, politics and stuff. But anyway, somehow we have the visual identification with Debbie ages ago, and then also DNA. And then also we provide them data, the trade data, how the products actually arrive Hong Kong. So we do analyze coming from the sea, land or air, and how they re-export it. I actually have time. I would like to ask questions. There's a presence. Sea, land, air. What's the others? I can... Rima. There's a presence. You can choose any of my pins. So anyone can get me the answer. Sea, land, air. What's others? Yes. Perfect. You can choose my pin later. Yes, yes, fresh water. But also, you know when you go through the airport, the custom, there's something called things to declare, things not to declare. If you go to the things to declare, there's also others. And also feathers. So all the speed posts, that's called the others. But anyway, we provide them the data. The reason why we work that out is to make sure the custom or the people can station in the correct place to do the enforcement. And even here, even like we do training, we just show them these pictures, they can find out like there's a CITES list species, but actually now all are CITES now. So since the implementation, they have actually 77 tons of the seizure since 2014. And we are one of the highest, we have one of the highest shark fin seizures in the world. And this is a graph showing what happened. And then some people look at the graph, they will say they increase like more seizures, does that mean more illegal trade? We also have to look, like what has been said before, the number of species listed in CITES has been increased. So now what we are doing, we continue to do the off-cast sampling and then monthly, and then what we want to do is actually to monitor before and after. That's how Diego can show something works, something might not work, and how we make it better. And finally, yeah, I mean, I don't know, when I saw this, I don't know, think about, let's say 10 years later, if shark extincts, and then I have, like, luckily I don't, but if I have children, I hope not. If the children ask me, like, where did they go? Oh, because we were very hungry, we just eat them more. I don't know how to actually explain. So I think Hong Kong and what you have seen today, we are definitely part of the problem, but we try to also be part of the solution.
So I just want to close up with what Stan just said is a big cultural shift, and it's a sign of hope. But all this week, we've seen a lot of you presenting your data, your work in your countries, working with the fishermen, doing the hard work. I've done some of it. I know it's not easy dealing with communities, and we're all here because we love sharks and rays and chimeras, and going to the landing sites and see them fished at the amounts that we see I know it's not easy. But the biggest sign of hope is you. The work that you're doing in your countries is gonna help us shift the trends. I'm convinced after this week, I'm convinced we're going in the right direction. When we go to Hong Kong, we see it at the end of the line, but you are at the front lines. And the work that you do in your countries, we will see it in Hong Kong when it's effective. So I really want to thank you. We see you. We're really grateful for all the work that you do. And yeah, with that, just to thank BRT for this amazing conference, and to all our funders and collaborators to make this project possible. It's definitely not just Stan and me. There's a big team behind this, and we wouldn't be here without them. So thank you very much.
And I have the final few things to say. First, I would really thank you to Daniel and the BRT team. They were the first one to arrive. They were the last to leave. And all this, like, Daniel, you set the bar very high with your team. They're amazing. Can we give a big hand to Daniel? And then second thing I would like to say, so I think a lot of sessions, and then especially Andrew Chin, I remember what he was saying, talking about collaboration, talking about work together. I mean, you saw Diego has like 20,000 samples for analyze. So we actually, it's a workshop offer, only because of Sharks International. I offer like free all my fins, but whenever you have to come to Hong Kong, because of this bloody CITES, I can't export my fins to you. But if any of you need any of the samples, or the off-cut or small fins, you come to Hong Kong or you talk to me, more than happy. There's a promotional code, SI 2026. So you email me with that, I'll give you free fins. And then the last thing we want to do, selfie. Like, you don't get a chance, like so many experts here, and then...
Get ready, everybody! Thank you.
Thank you.
Or CMS listing.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, Colombo. How are you? Okay, so what are we talking about today? CMS. If you were here for the plenaries, you heard all about CITES and the really important work that people are doing under the CITES sort of banner. I'm going to talk today about the other big international convention that we deal with in the shark space, and that's the Convention on Migratory Species of Wild Animals, or CMS for short. So CMS, the convention basically is designed to enable nations to work together to manage shared populations that migrate across their borders. And it's really important to understand how CMS defines migratory, because it's not necessarily how we as biologists would define migration. And the CMS definition goes something like, a species is considered migratory when a significant proportion of a population or subpopulation cyclically and predictably moves across national jurisdictional boundaries. So it's all about crossing borders. And under CMS, you can be listed under two appendices. Appendix 1 basically is about full protection, and Appendix 2 is about working together to enable conservation. So currently, 39, actually, maybe it's 40 now, Andrea, I can't remember with the latest COP. But anyway, about 39 species currently listed on the appendices, 30 of them in Appendix 1. And as part of thinking about which species should be on the CMS appendices, there's been a number of lists developed over the years to help guide parties think about where they should focus their attention. Going back as far as 2004, there was a thing called the GROMS list of migratory fish, included some sharks and rays. Actually a really hard list to find these days. But then in 2007 and again in 2014, the Shark Specialist Group developed lists of about 140, 150 species that were probably migratory. And that includes a lot of the species that we now actually see listed on the appendices. And then in 2004, there was a report around migratory species. It identified 73 species of shark and ray that are not currently listed, but maybe have potential for listing. Okay, so the aims of this work was basically to develop a methodology that would let us use a data-driven approach to actually evaluate all species of sharks and rays about how migratory they are in terms of the CMS definition, and then apply that approach to the relevant species and actually come up with a revised data-driven list. And so when I started to think about, okay, well, how do we go about, working out whether a species is migratory or not, it becomes very obvious that there's a huge disparity in the amount of data we have for different species. There are some species, think whale sharks, think mantas, massive amounts of data that will support these sorts of things. But for most of our species, we actually have very, very little data. So what we need is an approach that lets us go, okay, if we've got lots of data, do this. If we don't have lots of data, we need a different approach. And so the methodology that was developed essentially is hierarchical, based on how much data you have and what type of data you have as well. So essentially, things that have movement data, obviously relatively straightforward. But if you don't have movement data, and we're talking here about probably 90% of the species we're talking about, we need a different approach. And so one of the things that became obvious is that for sharks, there was a paper by Stearns and Shimada in 2020 that talked about the body form and different body forms and their movement ability. And essentially, if you have a deep body, you're a good swimmer, you move quite a lot. If you have a shallow body, the opposite. And that was great, so we've done some work to look at that. But when you look at the rays, no such work has been done. And so essentially, I had to come up with a way to categorize movement in rays. Again, using a body form approach, and essentially, if you saw Rachel Aitchison's talk, it was probably the day before yesterday, we came to the same conclusion. Essentially, there are three types of motion in rays. There are the flappers, so think about the manta rays going like this. It's my interpretive dance for my talk. There's the undulators, so think about stingrays who are just, sort of undulating their way around. Flappers, great swimmers. Think about mantas, think about devil rays. They move large distances, they're very good swimmers. Undulators, not so good. They're poor swimmers. And then there are the shark-like rays, which are also good swimmers. And then, of course, we didn't forget about the chimaerans. Chimaerans all move the same way, essentially. They use pelvic finning, and so they're not strong swimmers, and we don't believe they move large distances. The other thing that became obvious is that size matters. Obviously, when you're big, you have a much greater likelihood of swimming further. We also looked at a number of other traits that you might find in sharks and rays that would suggest that they have a higher likelihood of being migratory. So we're talking about things like, are there biological attributes like nursery areas where females would need to migrate back to areas to give birth? Do they move to feeding areas at certain times of the year? Is there evidence of them being cyclically occurring in particular places? So, you know, they turn up in your part of the ocean in spring, for example, but maybe they're somewhere else at other times, and so therefore must be migrating. We also identified that there are species that are habitat specialists, which mean that they probably don't move far just because of the habitat they live in. Think about things like reef sharks, which are really tied to those habitats. Oh, let's go back. So all of that basically got shoved into this scoring system. There will be a quiz later. Don't get too worried about it. So if you want to see that diagram, QR code here has, thanks Andre, the QR code here has that diagram of the scoring system. It's got a list of all the species that were assessed, as well as the list of what, the draft list at least, of what the project is considering probably meets or could meet the CMS definition of migratory. And essentially, we applied the methodology to 425 species, basically everything that's not, things that are in a threatened category, things that are not endemic to a single nation, and things that aren't already listed under CMS. So 425 species. Of those, 132 species made the list of probably migratory. 23 of those have direct evidence. So these are the ones there is lots of really good data for and probably could be used to construct a proposal for the listing of those species. There are 87 that basically scored highly through that scoring methodology that are probably also likely to be migratory. And then there are 22 species that are special cases. So think about things that live in rivers that actually form the borders between two countries. When they're swimming around in that river, they're crossing that border very regularly. So there's 22 species that fall in under that special sort of category. And so this is the list of those, I haven't actually counted, it might be 23. There's actually one or two other species based on information I've been seeing in talks here. But essentially the things in red are the species that are most threatened and have good data for potential listing. And so these are some of the species, things like sandbar sharks, white-spotted eagle ray, there's a couple of skates on there, bowmouth guitarfish. So there's a whole range of things there that are possibly useful for listing, including things that occur in the deep sea as well, things like some of the gulper sharks. And with that, I want to say thanks for listening. Oh, I have right on time. So thanks to the folks at the CMS Secretariat for supporting this work, providing a lot of really useful information along with the AC from the CMS MOU. The IUCN Shark Specialist Group, the folks, a bunch of you have provided through consultation extra information, and Britt and Cassie for having a look at some of the methodology and help get it all worked out. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to chat with people later.
Thank you very much, Colin, for the talk and your nice Mandarin dance, telling us about transoceanic migrations in bull sharks.
Thanks. Morning, everybody. Ryan Daly from South Africa. And yeah, first of all, just a huge thanks to the organizers, Danielle and the team. It's been a great conference so far. So we'll talk about some bull sharks in the West Indian Ocean today. Bull sharks range throughout the West Indian Ocean and Indian Ocean. The focus of a lot of research has been Mozambique and South Africa. I think, yeah, South Africa is signatory to the CMS Convention, but Mozambique is not, just for context. And also just to take note of the break in distribution on South Africa's west coast there, which we'll come back to. So where do they go has been a large question of mine for the last 10, 12 years. We've tagged them with everything we can get our hands on, pop-up tags, acoustic tags, and we followed them all around the southwest Indian Ocean. Basically, they undertake persistent transboundary movements. Generally speaking, they are at high latitudes in summer and low latitudes in Mozambique during winter. So the latitudinal movements are largely dictated through seasonal changes in temperature. South Africa is a really interesting place to study their movements because it's a really dynamic oceanographic region with the Benguela upwelling zone on our west coast and the warmer Gullis current coming down our east coast with a transitional zone on our southern coast. So one of the most interesting questions has been to understand how climate change may influence the migration patterns of these sharks at the end of their range. So down in the green band here, we can see some of the satellite tagged bull sharks we tagged that occupy a thermal refuge, basically this river system that is very warm in summer, but it's too cold for them in winter. So they make really directed seasonal summer movements to this area in green on our southern coast. And you can just look at the temperature data from a single shark on the right there. When they're in the green zone, they're in about 25 degrees of water consistently. But then as winter sets in, the river gets too cold. They have to migrate back towards their tropical east coast. And during this transitional period, they're experiencing temperatures down to about 10 degrees Celsius, which is freezing for a bull shark. And as soon as they get back to the sort of east coast tropical zone, they hardly ever go to temperatures below 19 degrees, which seems to be about their lower thermal preference. So what does this mean? Well, when transiting through this transition zone, they can tolerate cooler temperatures, but for the first time in 2021, we had a very intense cold water event driven by upwelling, which led to the die-off of large mobile species, such as oceanic mantas, bull sharks. So although we have always had fish kills due to upwelling events, this was the first time that the temperature event was so intense that these large mobile species couldn't swim around it, and they were essentially trapped at the end of their range and washed up dead because of this cold water event. If we look at what's driving these cold water events, the forecast is that with climate change, the intensity of these upwelling or cold water events is going to become more intense. So does this mean that we're going to lose the extent or these far south migrations? Basically, is this proportion of the bull shark population that migrates so far south going to be cut off? Well, in 2021, there was certainly some evidence to suggest this is a growing trend. Changing tack completely, coming to 2024, we got a message from this fisherman, Tariwa Akim, who was a fisherman from Ghana fishing off Lagos, Nigeria, who said he had got our tag, which I definitely did not believe at first. And after much investigation, confirmed, in fact, he did catch this bull shark, which we had tagged in South Africa, but these sharks are not supposed to go from the Indian to the Atlantic Ocean. So I didn't read the rule book and sent us on a journey trying to figure out, when we had just said cold water events is going to stop the southern migrations, now all of a sudden next year the bull shark makes the most substantial southern migration. So it was just an acoustic tag, but tracking its journey, we tagged it on the east coast of South Africa at St. Lucia. It then swam up to Bazaruto in that May to October period. And remembering at 2021, February, March, when we tagged this shark, we had the biggest cold water event killing bull sharks in the south. So this shark did what it was supposed to do, swimming further north during our austral winter, but then in 2022 came back down to the south Cape Coast, was detected there for about a month before disappearing, and then showing up in Lagos in July 2024. If we look at how this could be possible, it was just an acoustic tag, so we don't have the temperature associated with its migration, but basically, unlike 2021, 2022 had a lot of anomalously warm water sea surface temperatures around the southern Cape Coast. So we don't know exactly how it transited around the Cape, but it could have gone offshore. We don't know we know the sea surface temperature, but we don't know what's happening in the deep. The red and the colors there are just temperatures relative to about 19 degrees Celsius. So it's quite feasible that it could have swam around, especially knowing that these sharks can go to temperatures as low as 10 degrees as long as it's for a short period of time. If we look at the historical barriers to gene flow, there is quite a distinct break between populations of the Indian Ocean and Atlantic Ocean. So it's not like the genetics suggests that these sharks do this all the time. The Benguela upwelling system on the South African west coast is a historical barrier to gene flow for many, many species and has been in existence for more than 50 to 100,000 years. So this really is quite unique. But then if we look at the oceanography in the South Atlantic and what's going on there, we can see that these Benguela Nino events, essentially just anomalously warm water events, are becoming more frequent. So does this mean that there's going to be more breakdown in this cold water barrier to gene flow, not only for bull sharks, but for other species? Well, we need to keep an eye on that. So it's pretty confusing, but the take-home message here is that climate change can drive both extreme cold and warm water events. 2021 extreme cold, 2022 extreme warm. So it really is unpredictable. Historical barriers to gene flow may be changing, and I think this is just to highlight that this is something that we should all keep an eye on, and if there's other evidence of this around the world, please come and see me. It'd be really interesting to speak about this. But what does it mean for data and policy and management? It's already difficult enough to come up with meaningful policies to protect wide-ranging migratory species, such as Colin was telling us about the CMS. It's even more difficult to come up with effective management policies that are going to protect highly migratory species that occur at the end of their range that are now subject to changes in the marine environment associated with cold and warm water events that may change their migrating patterns in future. And those populations that occur at the end of their range may be especially susceptible to changes in migration patterns linked to climate change. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ryan. We have time for some questions.
I'll take one. So you see it go a much further north once it crossed towards the west, but in the usual distribution of the CM, do they also go as far north or keep going? Like, is it surprising to you to have movements so far up, or is it normal?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know much about their movements in the Atlantic or West African coast. So, I mean, it's a massive migration. And what was interesting about that shark was it wasn't necessarily a mature female, it was sort of a sub-adult female that could have been bordering on maturity, and it could have gone on a bit of an exploratory swim about before it had established a sort of a reproductive cycle, and that might have been one of the reasons that it did such an interesting exploratory movement. But I wish we'd had a satellite tag on it to know exactly what it did in those 2 years that it was missing.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Thanks.
Okay, so thanks, Ryan. Our next speaker, Nakia, is going to present us results on reef manta ray research in Southern Africa.
All right, thank you so much for being here. It's actually pronounced Nakia. I've had a lot
Sorry.
of people. No, it's all right. But yeah, I am going to be talking about the 2 decades of research in Southern Africa, hoping to do justice to the reef manta population. First, I need to thank my mentor, Andrea Marshall, who unfortunately can't be here due to being on medical leave, but she really is the foundation and the backbone of this work, so I just really wanted to thank her. First, so reef mantas face a lot of threats worldwide. We've heard this throughout the conference. What's interesting with Mozambique is actually we don't know where or how much this threat is being affected in Mozambique. There's actually no catch data at all from the Mozambique fisheries, anything industrial or small scale, so we actually don't know where these threats are occurring. So just a bit of geographical context. I work along the eastern coast of Southern Africa. There's a range of protected and unprotected habitats. You can see kind of north in the Mozambique area, there's not a lot of marine protected areas, but as you move down into South Africa, there's a nice network of MPAs, including the large Isamangaliso wetland park, which is just south of the Mozambican border. So MMF has been doing work in southern Mozambique for over 2 decades, and they've identified an aggregation zone in the Inhambane province. And this extends from the Bazaruto archipelago in the north down to Zavra in the south, where I've been located for the last 10 years. And my colleagues have actually looked at some of the sightings data from the reef manta ray population. Most of this data was collected in Tofu, which is just north of where I am. And in the first 10 years, what they found was quite alarming. There's been an 88% decline in sightings of reef mantas in that region. And then more recently, they reanalyzed the data with the 20-year data set, and this number unfortunately got even worse. So 99% sightings decline in the Tofu region. So I wanted to do the same thing for Zavra. I used a 15-year data set, which also showed quite an alarming decline, 82%. We still get kind of consistent sightings of mantas compared to Tofu. So this was quite interesting that we were seeing this long-term decline. And I wanted to highlight that even though there's been this long-term kind of decline in overall sightings, this is the raw count data, even, in the more recent years, we're still getting a lot of dives where we're having 20, 30, 40 mantas on a single dive. And this is likely for reproductive reasons. We get a lot of big pregnant females. We get a lot of courtship activity. But yeah, this is a whole chapter of my PhD, which I'm happy to talk about if you're interested. So we also started to look outside of Mozambique to see if there was kind of any movements down into South Africa. This was kind of the first record of any international migration of reef mantas. So they are the more coastal species of the manta ray species. They're not typically supposed to be moving, super long distances. And we can see here that through photo ID, there were a few matches between Mozambique and South Africa, specifically in that Isamangaliso MPA that I spoke about just now. So to understand their movement patterns and the connectivity between Mozambique and South Africa, I tagged 67 mantas between Mozambique and South Africa using both acoustic and mini-pat satellite tags. I did a wide range of different analyses, which I definitely don't have enough time to talk about now, but essentially I wanted to look into their residency, look into their movements, their home ranges, and then kind of overlap that with any potential threats. So back to the study area, as I said, it's a very extensive coastline. But what's really awesome about this coastline is there's a huge array of receivers throughout the area. So thanks to the ATAP network in South Africa, as well as OTN and MMF, we have an array of over 300 receivers down the coastline, so we can look at these really broad-scale movements up and down the coast. And really briefly, with the acoustic data, what I found was these mantas that I tagged in Isamangaliso had relatively high residency in the Isamangaliso MPA, but 30% of the individuals were moving between Mozambique and South Africa, mostly between Isamangaliso and Pontedoro, so just kind of crossing the border and then coming back down. But we did have quite a few individuals that did move up along the coastline, making these long range movements back and forth between Mozambique and South Africa. So then I wanted to look at the satellite tagging data. So this is the raw tracks. Reminding you, this is the reef manta. So what I found was, yes, they were hanging out a lot in the Inhambane province, which we kind of expected, but they were also making these really far movements up and down the coast of 1,000 kilometers, but also these really long distance movements offshore. These two that kind of came offshore into the high seas were over 500 kilometers offshore. So then I pooled all this data together to look at the home ranges of the species or of the population, and what I found was, in addition to Isamangaliso being an important core area for the species, they had the largest home range of any reef manta population that we know of. So this, the 95% extended home range is in the blue, if you can see the blue, and that extended between Mozambique and South Africa, but also into the high seas. The EEZ boundaries are just noted there with the black lines. As I said, there's no catch data. We have no idea where this decline has occurred, why the population seems to be doing so poorly. So I wanted to kind of start somewhere since we don't have that fisheries data, using the AIS data from Global Fishing Watch to overlay that with the home ranges of the reef mantas in this region. What I found was that there was highest fishing intensity inside the 50% KUD, which is the beige area on the map there, particularly within the Inhambane province, so that unprotected area and aggregation site in Mozambique. Also, a lot of fishing happening in the high seas, as you can see. So, as a scientist, this is really, really cool, really, really interesting stuff, but I started to think, what does it really matter if it's not really informing any conservation or management? I think I only have a couple minutes, but I just wanted to touch on this quite big piece of work that I have submitted recently, but taking these lessons from what we've learned from the terrestrial environment and seeing how we could apply them to the marine realm in Southern Africa. And just really briefly, what's really awesome about Southern Africa is they have implemented these trans-frontier conservation areas over the last 25 years throughout the region. Essentially, this paper, I looked at a case study of these more well-established TFCAs at the bottom. They're pretty much all terrestrial, except the Lebombo, which is the one that sits on the Mozambique-South Africa border. And essentially, they've been working together. It's multinational conservation areas. Some of them are treaties, some of them are just proposed, but they've spent a lot of time working through the challenges and the management implications for terrestrial TFCAs. What I found going through the wide range of literature and management jargon, they have faced a lot of challenges in the terrestrial environment that they have either overcome. There's been successes, there's been failures. I definitely don't have enough time to go into all the details here. But what I wanted to highlight was how they responded to some of these challenges. So an example of this is movements through high-risk areas. You have a lot of species that are moving between borders on land. There's human-wildlife conflict. How did management respond to this? They implemented protected wildlife corridors. Another issue in Southern Africa, poaching. What did they do? They implemented an anti-poaching strategy. They put a lot of resources into wildlife ranger training, and both of these things seem to be working quite well. They also implemented single species management plans for threatened and highly migratory species. They put in monitoring plans. They were able to actually see some of the recovery of these populations across borders. So because I don't have a lot of time, I just wanted to say the foundation that the TFCAs have had in South Africa, or in Southern Africa, with these terrestrial TFCAs can definitely be used for marine species too. We've seen it with Migratory in the Eastern Pacific, and I'm just hoping that we can kind of translate that into Southern Africa as well. Okay, video. Thank you so much to all my funders, my collaborators, and of course my mantas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for further questions. We immediately have to go to continue to Vinay, telling us about threats along migratory routes in oceanic white-tip sharks.
Hello, everybody. We've been to the Galapagos and then South Africa, and I want to take you back to the Pacific. This time, the central South Pacific. So it's part of the world where there's mostly water. There's a number of Pacific islands here, and one of the cool features in the context of shark conservation is there's a number of EEZ scale shark sanctuaries that exist there. Not all shark sanctuaries are equal. I've listed sort of some of them have better protections than others, but that's a really large piece of the ocean that's covered and is designed to assist with shark conservation. If I overlay a lot of the fishing effort that happens using the data from Global Fishing Watch, you can see it's a highly productive fishing area. And as you'd imagine, there's a lot of fishing along the lines, lots of effort there. But in this kind of a space, you can also see there's weird things happening, like this red spot here, which is essentially a high seas pocket that's surrounded by shark sanctuaries. What we want to do is we've been looking at migratory movements of large-ranging species, and places like this might be, even though they get protection within shark sanctuaries, there might be areas once they leave that they might be vulnerable. So area-based management can work. The Pacific has really pioneered things like shark sanctuaries, starting with Palau in 2009 and exponentially increasing EEZ level protections. As of 2018, there's roughly 17.5 million square kilometers that's been shark sanctuaries in the Pacific. Just because it's a sanctuary doesn't mean there's no fishing there. They do have retention bans within these shark sanctuaries, and often lots of gear restrictions. But like I said, not all shark sanctuaries have the same level of protection. Apart from area-based management, there's also things like fisheries management through RFMOs, where things like retention bans can assist with shark conservation. And like our plenary talked about in far more detail, there's a lot of trade restrictions through CITES that can also assist. But given all of those mechanisms of shark protection, there's still limitations. The effectiveness varies depending on the countries. There's limited capacity to enforce and data gaps. So for example, if your animals that you want to try and conserve moves outside your EEZs, there's data gaps and vulnerabilities to fishing. Today, there's a number of pelagic sharks in the Central South Pacific. Today, I want to talk about the oceanic white-tip sharks. These guys are globally ranged. We know a lot about populations in the Atlantic and Indian Ocean, but there are a lot of data limitations in the Central Pacific. In Rarotonga, where we work, they are reported seasonally, relatively seasonally, primarily by recreational fishers, charter fisher operators, where they have interactions with oceanic whitetips as a means of depredation, usually. But every now and again, you get really cool reports of things like juveniles that hang out at the fish aggregation devices. So it is likely an important area for things like pupping and nursery sites, but we need more data to fill that gap. What we did is try to understand movement patterns of oceanic whitetips, primarily through that seasonal occurrences around Rarotonga. We attached 14 pop archival tags, mini PATs, over eight years, 12 in the Cook Islands in Rarotonga and 2 in Niue, because we also have work there. It was a roughly even split between females and males, and they were tagged through collaborations with recreational fishers, commercial longliners, charter operators, and also scientific expeditions that we led. Out of the 14 pop-up tags, 13 reported back, which is an incredible success. If anybody's done mini-pat tagging, that's a really good number. Track durations ranged from 14 days of really short deployments to the full 180 days, which is the maximum deployment that we were after. So this is just a video of where these animals went. Just to remind you, our majority of our tags are deployed off Rarotonga, and then we also had a couple in Niue. I'm just overlaying some of the fishing data, mean monthly fishing data. And what I want you guys to look at is that high seas pocket there in red. So we got enough data over multiple years to start looking at multi-year patterns and seasonal patterns. And that data, essentially, data that came through was first ran through a GPE3 model to estimate positions, and then further refined and regularized using continuous time state-space models. The continuous time state-space models were also used to estimate move persistence. It's a variable that can tell us whether that animal is either doing area-restricted searching, so low values of move persistence are usually area-restricted searching behaviors, whereas higher values are more associated with directed transit movements. And although we don't have data to verify this, or often area-restricted searching movements are associated with foraging, breeding, and important ecological functions, whereas directed transit movements are often associated with migratory movements. So if we ran all our data through these models, and this is essentially what that output looks like, once we have the spatial understanding of their movements and move persistence, we also looked at how the different move persistence might change within different locations. So just to remind you, closer to 0, it's area restricted, and then closer to 1 is transitory movements. And what we found that across all of those, all the 12 individuals, the large, this high seas areas, that yellow bar up top, had primarily transiting migratory behaviors with the distributions of move persistence within other EEZs being a mix of everything. We also had enough data to start looking at seasonal patterns, so we can actually track that across the year from January in the bottom all the way to December, these animals transition from migratory movements to area-restricted movements and then back. So we kind of identified between August and November, they're likely conducting more important breeding or similar area-restricted movements. We also overlapped the movement tracks with fishing activities to try and get an understanding of what their exposure might be. This is just a quick fishing exposure index. It just calculates the amount of fishing effort encountered by each individual times the time that they spent there. And a scaled version of that shows that in roughly June is when they tend to have an elevated fishing exposure. And if we look at the depth data that comes off the mini-pats, we can also have a look at understanding if there's a vertical overlap with fishing effort. We can separate their vertical profile in unprotected versus protected waters. Primarily the unprotected waters are the high seas, but it also does include some of the EEZs that have weaker shark protections. But you can see there's a square overlap with the depths that long lines operate in. So there's a high overlap there in the depth use. So there are gaps in the armor, even in the armor of shark sanctuaries. Migratory pathways are pretty consistent in oceanic white tips across different years, across sexes and seasons. And there's a strong overlap with pelagic fisheries effort and longline depth use. The fisheries risks do persist. Even though there are no retentions, it doesn't really mean that the fate of the animal is saved. There is capture and post-release mortality that's likely occurring even within these sanctuaries places. And there is, again, inconsistent protections between the different sanctuaries. The other thing in the Cook Islands is there's other emerging threats beyond fisheries. So our tracks show that these animals quite squarely pass over areas that are likely to be important areas for seabed mining, and any potential cumulative impacts that might occur as those activities continue. So, in conclusion, what our data found was that oceanic whitetips consistently use high seas pockets, especially around the Cook Islands. Their migration routes overlap with fishing hotspots, and shark sanctuaries have limited protection for migrations. The priority management actions we can think of using this data is protecting migratory pathways across high seas, specifically in our context within the high seas pockets. Exploring seasonal fisheries measures, because we know there is a high seasonality in whether they migrate and other functions, as well as consider closing high seas pockets. This not only protects the sharks, but also other measures like transshipment, and then strengthen sanctuary protections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do not have time for questions. We immediately have to go to the last speaker of the morning session. Thank you very much. So the next speaker and last speaker of this pre-coffee session is Joshua on shark conservation in the Western Indian Ocean.
Thank you. Hi, morning everyone. Yeah, taking quickly the opportunity also to thanks again our host for this amazing week. I'm feeling my high bags getting heavier every day, but yeah, it's been quite exciting to be here. I'm a senior scientist at Cordio, East Africa, based in Comoros, but we are working across the whole Western Indian Ocean. I'm also an Ocean Voices Fellow. And here, when I am talking about the Western Indian Ocean, I'll be referring to basically the group of 10 countries along the east coast of Africa, so from Somalia down to South Africa, and the island states. And it's worth noting that Western Indian Ocean, well, I'll probably say WIO, if you hear me say WIO, that's just that. Also includes what we call the Northern Mozambique Channel, which is the second hotspot in terms of coral biodiversity after the Coral Triangle. And it supports about 100 million people living within 100 kilometers from the coast. So that is basically putting a bit of pressure on the coastal and marine ecosystems, of course, along with other factors like climate change. So for example, a study that was done like a few years ago, led by Cordio as well, showed that most of the coral reefs in our region are either vulnerable to critically at risk of collapse. At the same time, we have also that global status on reef sharks that showed that in some of the countries, we have reef shark population that are suggested functionally extinct. But then, okay, that was like supported as well by a compiled data set of UVC, underwater visual sensors across various WIO countries. So showing absence of reef shark as well, except in some very well managed MPA and in remote areas like Chagos. So that's cool. But actually, when we look also at then the distribution, I mean, about over 100 identified ISRAs in the Western Indian Ocean, then only like 1% of it are actually covered by properly protected areas. So those little guys are a bit screwed. And so data is there, and scientific collaboration exists also in the region. For example, we have WIOMSA, the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. There's also great momentum in South Africa with the Southern African Shark and Ray Symposium that is every year bringing a bit more countries. The region is also not lacking governance frameworks. So yeah, obviously national policies exist, right? You have regional fisheries like IOTC. And most of the WIO countries are committed to global agreements such as CITES and CMS, and, except like, for example, Comoros, or also Ryan mentioned Mozambique, that are not signatory. And then you have one regional treaty that is called the Nairobi Convention. So for those less familiar with the Nairobi Convention, this is a regional treaty, administered by UNEP, and it's basically aiming to foster protection, management, and development of the marine coastal environment among those 10 countries of the Western Indian Ocean. And so the Nairobi Convention is quite particular because it provides a strong platform for marine environmental governance. And however, at the moment, there is no like dedicated, there's no dedicated or sustained regional mechanism focused specifically on sharks and rays that connects science to policy and commitments in the region. So first, in terms of barriers, we have we have policies, but they are quite fragmented. Countries have different regulations. They are not all at the same level. They're not going at the same speed. I was saying, for example, South Africa is very well structured. Comoros is still, for example, lagging behind, where in their national legislation, only cacarinids are potentially protected if, if there is actually some scientific backup behind, but at the moment none. So capacity constraint, also significant, depending on the country, as I was saying, and then institutional silos. I think over the last couple of days, there was also mentioned, like even at national level, fisheries department and environmental department are not necessarily talking to each other. So despite the few challenges, yeah, I think the region is relatively well positioned to actually act. First, I mentioned we already have, like strong scientific networks across the region. I personally attended like the first, like the initial workshop that the Western and Central Africa Shark and Ray Coalition that Gofran mentioned during our keynote, kind of when they were setting up, because I wanted to understand a bit better, like how they were going to structure that, and I thought that could be actually beneficial to the Western Indian Ocean and Eastern Africa. But yeah, particularly putting like an emphasis on, on the science to policy linkage. And so importantly, as I was saying, we already also have an established regional governance framework through the Nairobi Convention. What is especially encouraging is that the parties of the convention have already recognized the need for stronger regional coordination, and they mandated the creation of a consortium called the Western Indian Ocean Consortium, or YOC. So that thing was, I think, launched like 10 years ago and went completely dormant. And the purpose of the YOC was actually to strengthen synergies among like marine and coastal programs across the region, and then and provide mechanism for non-governmental actors to anchor their work within the Nairobi Convention and then intergovernmental processes. But then, good timing, so like maybe about a year ago, YOC kind of got revived and then is working with through different working group. And so I think this is creating like a major opportunity. Rather than creating an entirely new structure, then we could build on existing regional mechanism and establishing like a Shark and Ray working group within YOC, which will be directly anchored within the Nairobi Convention framework. So it will kind of provide some legitimacy. Obviously, it's still preliminary, and we're talking with partners. But then in the in terms of the concept, obviously there will be like the science aspect, coordinating science. We said a good emphasis on regional science policy dialogues, but then one thing that I see also as a good opportunity is around the commitment. So an important strategic opportunity will be like supporting implementation of international agreement across the region. So where this becomes particularly strategic is that through the Nairobi Convention framework. So basically, by advancing decision proposal to the convention COP through that YOC platform, then the region could establish shared regional priorities, right? That helps bridging the gaps that are identified within those multilateral environmental agreements that some countries are not signatory. And so that means that the 10 parties countries of the Nairobi Convention would have to abide regardless of their MEA they are in. And basically, some of the quick next step, but again, that we are still talking, are basically around like formalizing that that group, and then working together on the way forward, engaging more partners to join, and obviously a bit of fundraising to ensure we can get that working group rolling. And I think that is my time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one very quick question. Okay. So if there's no questions, thank you very much. And this is it for the morning session. We reconvene at 10, or, well, reconvene after.
And we would like to invite our first speaker, Doménica, to the stage. She will speak about shark conservation measures in the Eastern Tropical Pacific.
Can I start? Yes. Hi, my name is Doménica, and today I'm going to present you my bachelor's thesis, streamlining shark conservation measures across the Eastern Tropical Pacific. But I didn't want it to start without thanking the Mote Marine Lab and the Roe Foundation for making it possible for me to be in here. First of all, why sharks? We already know why sharks are so important. We have been talking about it, but they are also getting treated. There's a lot of declined populations. Or also they have migratory behavior. And why I'm telling you this is because they are relevant to national and international law. And that's where I appear with my research, and where I evaluated the inconsistencies of law in the Eastern Tropical Pacific and also the opportunities. I did this research in the Eastern Tropical Pacific. I had 10 countries, Mexico to Peru. This zone is one of the richest zones of shark species, and it has a lot of migratory route nurseries and breeding sites. And by the way, I exclude the Clipperton Atoll because it's under the jurisdiction of France. I collect all my data from the FAULEX. It's a platform from the UN. And what I did is I did a band search. I used the word shark across the country. I used only documents that were enforced till August 7th, 2025, and I identified direct and indirect legal stuff from that were related to sharks and contractions in general. And also, for that, I checked the international participation of the countries with that aid agreement, the relevant agreement, and also the overall landings of each country. And I also make a normative shark conservation index where I classify the measures I got in 3 key groups. First group that I gave 3 points for each measure, it was the conservation-oriented, 2 for mixed conservation fisheries, and 1 point for only fisheries. And this is what I found based on the international agreements. All countries have signed CITES. Costa Rica and Panama have signed all this. And the one with less participation was Nicaragua. And after I read and reviewed over 300 documents, including laws, decrees, and national action plans for each country, what I found is in these frameworks, there is the finning is like all prohibited in these 10 countries. The targeted fishing is was only prohibited in 3. And the bycatch is permitted in all countries, and they also have every country has a normative action plan. And this is a map for the Eastern Tropical Pacific, where I use these colors like the traffic light colors. The greener, the better, in theory. As you can see, there is zones that were in purple. There are no-take zones for sharks. And what you can see here is a Pearson analysis between the number of treaties each country have signed and the normative protection index that I made. And what we can see is statistically it's related. More 3D signed, more there's more conservation. But there's a problem. There's no relationship between between the overall landings and the total score of protection. We can see there is Mexico. Mexico has a high score, and still lands a lot of sharks. You can see there is statistically significant. And what I found is that it's still a significant regulatory heterogeneity between countries that are sharing the same space. And also, something I wanted to say is fishing ban versus the finning ban. All countries have prohibited the finning ban, but it's still a problem. It is still, they can land sharks. So it can be good in theory, but it's not good in practice. Also, the obstacles that I found that I think they're the most relevant are the legal loopholes. The legal loopholes make the chance of fisheries to land a lot of sharks. This is the case of my country, Ecuador, that has the highest score in theory, the greener country, and it has, according to my studies, has the best for sharks, but I actually still land a lot of sharks, a lot. That's why we are suspended from CITES. And also, there's a lot of weak outcomes, as I have already told you. Ecuador is a perfect example, my country. I'm sorry. I hope they let me get in again. But there's a lot of struggling in regulatory asymmetries because these countries that are very close still have this irregular stuff. There are Ecuador and Peru. They are very close and they have a lot of differences. But obviously, there's opportunities. There's always opportunities. And I think, for me, the first way, the fresh start can be standardized definitions. Because when we're talking about legal stuff, about law, it's important. Definitions are very important. When you mention it, something exists. And we can start with that. And also, there's a lot of there's an initiative that has a lot of opportunities, the CISMR. And we can take note for the MPAs that has no-take zones. And in conclusions, shark protection in the Eastern Tropical Pacific still remain fragmented. And what I wanted to point in this is that we need an urgent harmonization because there's sharks are really being treated right now. But it's opportunities we can go through law. And thank you very much. And someone has questions, and if you have more questions, this is my LinkedIn. You take it away. Okay, it's fine.
So we would like to ask the technical team to bring up the last slide, please. And there's plenty of time for questions, at least two. Are there any questions? There's one in the back.
Very great project. I am from Costa Rica, so I understand what you feel from Ecuador having all these treaties and not much happening. And I was wondering, obviously the Eastern Tropical Pacific is such a huge area, but seeing all the other talks from other regions where there's a lot of work directly with the fishermen, do you think there's any way that it's possible to apply something like that, more like bottom up than like going directly to the fishermen, like it's done in other countries for our region? Or you think it's complicated?
Yes, I think we should definitely include fishermen and the fisher industry in general, because what I did, it was in paper. That is not actually what's happening. The people from fishers are the ones that actually know what's going on. More than we have science, but we also need that. So I strongly think that it will be necessary to make partnership with fisheries and mix it with conservation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. If not, you can speak with her later after the session. I'm sure you will find her around. And then we can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
It's I'd like to invite Guillermo to the stage. He will speak about migratory marine biodiversity governance.
Thank you very much, and you wouldn't believe that that was Domenica's first conference talk ever. So congratulations, you did fantastic. So I'm actually a marine biologist by training, but I made the unfortunate mistake of falling into the science to policy pit at the very start. So today's talk is going to be a little bit different from perhaps what you heard about. And I'm going to ask you to think big in terms of not just policy and management, like we've just heard, but governance. The governance frameworks that we put in place over the past 50 plus years to regulate ocean spaces, human activities. We've seen at the helm, we have the Law of the Sea Convention, we have treaties, agreements, bodies that regulate fishing, shipping, and other uses of the ocean. So my question to you is, despite this tremendous progress in multilateralism, which we should continue investing in, why are we seeing trends like this? A 71% decline in oceanic shark abundance in that same time period. Why are we seeing an increase in global overfishing? And this is data from the UN, from FAO. Why is it that since establishment of SDG 14.4 to end overfishing by 2020, overfishing hasn't gone down, but it's gone up? Why is the CMS coming and telling us that half of migratory species in the world are declining? There's something that is not going well. And for many of these species, fishing is the main driver of decline. I could stand at this podium and present to you the last 10 to 12 years of my work in BBNJ, and that would be quite relevant and perhaps interesting. How does BBNJ apply for sharks? Or I could tell you about the collaborations with different tuna RFMOs like ITTC, where we're designing or design adaptive spatial management closures to reduce bycatch and maintain tuna catches. But my work, and this is a realization in this project, pales in comparison to the idea that I would like to suggest to you today. These are the 5 tuna regional fisheries management organizations in the world, and they're fundamental. We need RFMOs. They're the bodies where countries meet and agree on sustainable catch and bycatch limits for straddling and migratory species. But what I'm going to suggest is that we propose a new paradigm for RFMOs, a new way that is more sustainable and more inclusive. The 3 challenges that I think are the most critical, they're not the only 3, but the 3 that I want to discuss with you today are the narrow taxonomic mandates, the narrow scope of RFMOs, almost no bycatch limits. I could have said no bycatch limits, but there are some caveats, but I would say no bycatch limits, and the inequitable quota allocation. The sheer inequity in how RFMOs were set up many decades ago, I think, is a big cause of this crisis. If you look at what international law says, and you go back to the Fish Stocks Agreement, the second implementing agreement under the Law of the Sea, it calls on fishing nations, coastal and high seas fishing nations, to not just monitor and manage target stocks like a tuna or swordfish. The legal text says associated and dependent species and species belonging to the same ecosystem. Arguably, that would include bycatch, at least. Let's look at 3 of the tuna RFMOs and what it is they do about bycatch. This is the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas. If I'm not mistaken, they have a species mandate of 30 species. In 2015, 2 very interesting publications from ICAT describe that they have 280, their fleets interact with 280 additional species. Obviously not at the same rate, some interactions are very infrequent, but it's still almost 300 species that fall outside of their mandate. How many are sharks? 109 species, of which 30 are in the mandate, 100 fall outside of the mandate. No monitoring plans, no management plans. How many of these 109 have stock assessments? 3. And then we ask ourselves, why do we keep increasing why is the conservation status of some of these species decreasing? Because not only do we only have 3 stock assessments, but we only have catch limits for 1. And this was established in 1969. I don't want to just pick on ICAT. I'm not trying to pick, I'm describing what I understand as the facts. The Indian Ocean Tuna Commission in this basin, their fleets interact with 55 species. How many have stock assessments? 2. How many have catch or bycatch limits, a total allowable catch? 0. Inter-American Tropical Tuna Commission, the oldest tuna RFMO, 1949. 49 species of shark interact with our fisheries. How many vulnerability assessments? Actually, they have 32. That's good. How many stock assessments? 0. How many bycatch limits? 0. It's not just about sustainability. There's another part that is the inequity of RFMOs, and I think it's a precursor for unsustainability. Most tuna RFMOs operate on the basis that the more you've caught historically, the bigger piece of the pie you will get tomorrow. And that is, I think, a perverse incentive for many nations to continue fishing more so that they can have a bigger piece of the pie further on. This is, analysis is not published, but it's FAO Statistical Area 57 here in the Eastern Indian Ocean, and I was curious, in the high seas in this region, who profits? Is it countries within that box, or is it countries outside of that box? Countries in the box only make 5% of the profit. 95% is made by countries that, most of which are distant water fleets, but countries that are not even in the region. In the high seas, who's been benefiting? Who's been profiting from the high seas? That little sliver, that orange sliver, are 54 sovereign nations in Africa. And they represent less than 3% of the catch volume and just over 2% of the value. What I want to suggest is that we need a new vision for the governance of marine migratory species, especially in the context of fisheries. One which expands the taxonomic mandates and leaves no species behind. Just because they're a bycatch species, that doesn't mean that they don't need the monitoring and management plans they deserve. One in which every species that is interacted with has a stock assessment or an abundance estimate and has a mortality limit. If we don't set that limit, we're going to keep overshooting. And once you establish a limit, you have a pie. How do you distribute it? It has to be much more equitable, and this is where I'm going to finish off in my presentation. What I'm suggesting, and it's not just me, it's a growing team of colleagues that we're trying to figure out how to bring this to a global stage, is use the spatial ecology of the species. Use the species distribution models, the density models. In whose jurisdiction can we find these species? Who are the real stewards of this marine migratory biodiversity? And I'll show you what this looks like with this slide. On the y-axis, you see the fisheries catch of yellowfin tuna in the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission by the members as a percent of the total catch. In the x-axis, we calculated what percent of the habitat of yellowfin tuna is in different jurisdictions. So if you're in the top left, you're doing pretty good for yourself. You don't have much yellowfin tuna, but you have a big piece of the pie. If you're in the bottom right, you'd be left behind. What we're suggesting is that the spatial ecology of the animals reflects who sits around the table and who benefits. So a change that would look like this in practicality. You make the coastal nations that share that biodiversity the principal stewards, and then if others want to have access, sure, you can get access. But it's a radical shift in who's sitting around the table, which I think is a precursor, not only for target stocks, but also for non-target species. Our goal and the goal of this initiative is to spark a conversation, to think different about the governance of these species, and to make sure that no species is left behind and those countries that were left behind historically have a role to play. Because otherwise, in my opinion, if we don't continue developing this governance and continue helping it evolve, we're going to see the same problems further down the line. So with that, please reach out to me if you're interested in learning more, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. I'm sure there are questions in the room. We have time for one question. Nobody? Here in the front, we have one question.
Hello, wonderful talk. Provided it took 25 years for the BBNJ to become a theory, how do you propose this equitability in the future? Do you think it's possible?
I think we need to start that you're right. BB&J took over 20 years. The WTO agreement took another 20 years. I would rather start that next 20-year conversation today, because BB&J wasn't possible. The international whaling moratorium wasn't possible. So many things. And just, this is the first time I speak about this at a conference. You may agree, you may disagree, but at least it's on the table. So I would say, let's start the conversation, and I would rather work on this for the next 20 years of my life than BB&J. I've already invested 10, but I'd rather start the conversation. So let's just start it. And I would say that the global majority of states who have these species in their waters, and they're the real stewards, I think they're going to find it interesting. So I wouldn't say it's impossible, just it's going to take time.
Thanks, Giuliano. Big applause. Quickly, and I'd like to invite Nicholas to the stage, who will speak about vulnerability of sharks and rays. Nicholas? Oh, there you are.
Hello, my name is Nick Hill, and I work at the Pacific Community, or SPC, which is a large international scientific organisation that provides scientific advice to its 27 Pacific Island and country and territory members. And as part of my work with colleagues, we applied an ecological risk assessment to shark and ray bycatch in Western Pacific tuna fisheries. For those of you that aren't aware, Western Pacific tuna fisheries are big. The management jurisdiction area covers roughly 20% of the Earth's surface, and they're responsible for over half of the world's global tuna catch, making it one of the biggest fisheries in the world. As you might expect, they catch and encounter a lot of sharks and rays, with over 1 million interactions across more than 50 species recorded each year by fishers and observers. So the question we had was, how do we determine the sustainability of all of these sharks and rays in the world's, in the world's largest tuna fishery, given we know so little about so many of them? And to address this question, we used a relatively new ecological risk assessment technique called EasyFish. This is a length-based quantitative ecological risk assessment method when you compare it to other commonly applied techniques like PSA. And I think this has a lot of utility for sharks and shark fisheries given their data-limited nature. And I think where it really comes to shine is as a prioritisation tool to find those species that are more or less vulnerable to fishing. For our purposes, we considered 33 species, which include most species that the fisheries interact with, including relatively common bycatch like the blues and silkies. That doesn't really work. Other species like hammerheads, makos, as well as pelagic stingrays, whale sharks, giant mantas. One cool aspect of the EasyFish method is that you can look at cumulative mortality. So you can consider multiple fisheries at once, and this enabled us to look at both longline and purseine gears, which are the main gears that these tuna fisheries use. Longline is distributed throughout the Pacific Ocean, while the purseine is constrained to the tropics. So what do you need to apply an EasyFish? Well, luckily not too much, because we still want this to be a data-limited ecological risk assessment technique. You need some kind of catch or presence data to inform a species distribution model. You need some kind of map of effort or a footprint so that you can get an estimate of spatial overlap. And you need some really simple life history parameters like length at maturity and L infinity to inform things like growth and maturity. But if you don't have this data, you can try and find it in the literature or borrow it from a related species. You can also include some sort of optional extra data like length frequencies to inform selectivity curves, or direct estimates of things like post-release mortality. What you get out of it is lots. So in the process of applying EasyFish, not only do you get the estimates of vulnerability, but you get a whole bunch of information that you can use to inform other work, like species distribution models, growth curves, length weights, maturity, a whole range. So you get a lot of side benefits as well. So importantly, how do you actually do it? I think EasyFish uses a really intuitive, simple approach to try and estimate volumetric overlap, which is basically trying to get an estimate of mortality. So the first thing it does is looks at the overlap of a species distribution model with fishing effort that you can see there in red. But just because fishing and a species occur in the same space in terms of lat and long doesn't mean they actually interact. So you also need to consider vertical overlap, where you're looking at the species' vertical distribution in the water column with fishing gear to make sure they're actually interacting there. But we also go a couple of steps further. We look at temporal overlap. So is there any seasonal closures in the fishery which would reduce vulnerability? Or does the species actually migrate in and out of the fishery? This will also influence how much your species is actually overlapping with your fishery. But the next thing we look at is just because a species can bump into a bit of fishing gear, can it actually be caught? Can it eat the hook? Can it be caught by the net? And so we incorporate selectivity as the next step. And then finally, is the fish actually being killed when it's been caught by the gear? So we look at post-release survival or post-release mortality. And when we combine all of these things together, we can get a proxy for fishing mortality that we can then feed into a simple yield per recruit analysis that considers information about the productivity of the species or how much fishing it can actually handle. And from that, we get an estimate of vulnerability, determining whether a species is more or less vulnerable. And we can compare those scores relative to various relevant reference points like fishing at maximum sustainable yield and these sorts of things to help inform management. So what did we find? A relatively straightforward one, that when you use better data, you get better estimates of vulnerability. We ran a whole bunch of different scenarios and different inputs. And what we found was actually that our estimates of vulnerability decreased as the quality of our data increased. And that's just an artifact of when you don't have data, you are always going to assume a precautionary default. So we were able to get more realistic estimates as we improved data. We also actually improved EasyFish in the process of applying it. And we did that by changing the way we calculate spatial overlap from using a presence-absence approach, which you can see the blue and red there on the left-hand side, to an approach where we could maintain the continuous surface of the species distribution model when estimating spatial overlap. The next thing we found was that across the 33 species we looked at, the vulnerability scores were obviously different, with 12 species considered most vulnerable, 13 least vulnerable, and we also found 8 were data deficient, which is an important finding in and of itself, because now we know which data is missing to improve the vulnerability estimates for those species. Of the species that were least vulnerable, we found they often had some kind of refuge. So they were either temperate species that lived in waters outside of the fisheries, or they lived in deeper waters where they weren't susceptible to the gear vertically. Of the species that were found to be most vulnerable, we found a lot of them were either carcharinids or the hammerheads. And we think this is a kind of a combination of their slow life history characteristics and their high spatial distribution overlap with the fishing gear throughout sort of the tropics of the Western Pacific. The other point with the hammerheads is that they're really susceptible to mortality when they interact with fishing gear. So it's sort of just an additional thing that makes them vulnerable to these fisheries. And lastly was that when we compared our vulnerability scores to, with those species that have existing quantitative stock assessments, we found that we got quite good agreement, which is always a nice finding to have, although we did find 1 or 2 cases of potential false positives, which isn't exactly surprising for such a data-limited ecological risk assessment approach. So in conclusion, this study was able to provide the first or updated estimates of vulnerability for 33 shark and ray species for the world's largest tuna fishery. We were able to improve a current ecological risk assessment technique in EasyFish, and we're currently in the process of developing an R package which should make it easier to apply going forward. In the process of applying this easy fish, we collated a whole bunch of data for these various data-limited species, and this can provide a really important foundation for work going into the future in the Western Pacific. And lastly, is that this information can now be used by management to help prioritise which species, which research is most needed, further work in. Thank you very much. And lastly, if you want to learn more about sharks in RFMOs, we'll also be talking on Saturday in the workshop. So please come along or come and pester me in one of the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. There's no time for questions, so we move on to the next speaker. I'd like to call Chi Yu to the stage. Chi Yu will speak about shark and ray movements in Taiwan.
Okay. Where's my slide? Ah, okay. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Chi Yu from National Taiwan Ocean University. Today, I want to share my postdoc research on the acoustic telemetry project in sharks and rays in Taiwan water, which is collaborate with Georgios Papageorgiou and Fishery Research Institution of Taiwan. So to begin with, where is Taiwan? Taiwan is a very small place, just located in the Western Pacific Ocean, and we are kind of like top of the north part of the Coral Triangle, and we got a lot of like complex current around Taiwan, so bring a lot of migratory sharks and rays and bonnyfish species. So, and we also have very like strong fisheries in our country, so like longline fishery, like sandnet, gillnet. So that is, we can bycatch a lot of different sharks and ray species in our place. In the past, we scientists have a lot of fishery biology, a lot of different sharks and ray species. Therefore, our government tried to do like a management strategy, like we ban fishing on many different kind of species, such as the mobile rays, great white, basking shark, and megamouth shark in Taiwan. Also, our conservation administration, they do make the whale shark and the manta ray as the conservation species in our place. However, we still don't know much about like how Taiwan water plays an important role for different kind of sharks and rays during their different life history stage. So recently, we started the acoustic telemetry project in Taiwan, which is we put several like receiver around Taiwan water from the eastern coast to like southwestern of Taiwan water. We deployed already like in 2 years, we deployed 21 receiver so far, but we lost 3 last year during the typhoon season, and we're still trying to work on that. And now it's like a kind of like sharing like recently results. You can feel free to take a picture and share to all the friends who may make acoustic telemetry in Pacific Ocean. We really need friends. Yeah, so far we tagged 68 animal individuals, including like some like cool stuff like 30 whale sharks, 2 megamouths, some bowmouth guitarfish, lemon shark, tiger shark. We try to tag everything as we can. And you're pretty welcome to share this to your friends. We also, after like we got a receiver retrieve, we download the data. We did have some preliminary results. So far, we found our guitarfish were pretty residency around the receiver, and some of our whale shark, they do come back in next year. So we just try to look at deeper. And for the lemon shark and tiger shark, some of them, they are also used Dongsha atoll very frequently. Then we also got some people's animal here. Take a picture, share to your friends whose animal, and I just put my email here to like make some people can find me later. And I would like to thank for all the fisher who help us with the receiver setting and animal tagging. And I thank all like Georgios Papageorgiou's team and my FRI team. This is my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Chi-Yu. We have time for one very quick question. So if there is no question, then we would like to invite the next speaker. It's Danielle. Please, Danielle, go to the stage. Danielle has investigated coastal residency of flapper skates.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Danielle L. I'll be talking about the coastal residency of the critically endangered flapper skate in Irish waters. So I'm going to take you across the globe now. Why flapper skate? Previously grouped under the common skate complex, what we once thought was one species is actually two. And I'll be looking at the flapper skate here, which has a maximum length of around 2.5 meters, making it one of the largest skates within Europe. It has a maximum recorded age of about 43, but it's thought to live a lot longer, so it's very long-lived. Age at maturity, they're slow growing and late to reach maturity. For females, egg laying and copulation comes as kind of like a midlife crisis at 26. These characteristics, along with unsustainable fishing pressure in the 1970s, led to its decline. It's one of the first documented cases of a regional extinction, and it's now critically endangered, with its constrained distribution shown here in pink. Using 50 years of mark recapture records in Irish waters from 2 community science initiatives, which was mark recapture and specimen fish, we aim to identify 3 things. Firstly, coastal hotspots for the species. Secondly, seasonality, and thirdly, dispersal. Mapping these capture records, you can see that most captures are within 12 nautical miles from the coast and by anglers. Using all records, we can see there's 2 hotspot flapper skate on the southwest and northwest coast of Ireland. There's 3 hotspots for the sexually mature skate, which are the north coast, the northwest, and the south coast. Looking at seasonality now, most flapper skate were caught between June and October, and which is during the recreational angling season, I should add. Looking at just mature individuals, we have peaks in June, July, and October. Looking now at the mark recapture records, so we had 118 mark recapture events of 103 unique individuals. We found that the majority, 93% of flapper skate, were recaptured 50 kilometers from their original capture location, so they're not moving too much. With the largest recorded distance, 171 kilometers, between the north coast of Ireland and the Sound of Jura MPA, which is the only MPA in the globe for the species that protects juvenile and adults. Days at liberty between mark and recapture events range from no days at all to 11.5 years. Just to take a quick step back, in line with my abstract, since 2023, we've been doing a range of different work over on the south coast along the mature hotspot. We've been working with communities and doing acoustic and satellite tagging to look at their movements, as well as baited underwater videos, parasitology, genetics, using autonomous underwater vehicles to generate high-resolution maps, to map geomagnetic fields, as well as encouraging local and regional reporting of the species. And with that, I'd like to thank our countless community data collectors that have contributed records to Inland Fisheries Ireland and the Specimen Fish Committee, as well as our funders, SCAI, and our broader project team.
Thank you very much, Danielle. We have time for questions. Any questions for Danielle? In the back of the room. It's one question.
Hi, Danielle. Really nice study and a cool species. Just wondering, did you get 0 data recorded by your community fishers so that you had sort of, 0 observations with fishing effort events?
Haha, nice question. So unfortunately, when they contribute their records to the mark recapture and the specimen fish programs, they don't record fishing effort. So on this broader Irish scale, we don't know on days they don't catch anything. We only know on days they do, and we don't know how many hours they put in.
Thank you, Danielle. So then, big applause. Yes, now it's time to invite Eva to the stage, and I just say that much, she's not speaking about angel shark this time.
Yeah, hi everyone. Please don't be disappointed, but I will sneak in some angel sharks here. So we basically co-developed this online portal to have a data sharing portal to track sharks, rays, and chimeras in the Mediterranean get fishers engaged and foster collaboration. So, but yeah, why another platform, another tagging platform? Let's look at the reality. How is our reality in the field? Here you have my dear colleague Martina in Greece tagging her sharks, rays, and I'm not sure if chimeras as well. And yeah, so there you go out to the sea, you fish, you capture your species, and then you measure, you tag, and then you release, in this case, you release your ray back, and you hope for the best. And normally, you don't really get anything back anymore. And if you do, the recapture rates are normally very, very low, unfortunately. So we have been thinking about how can we improve this? How can we just make sure that all this huge collaborative effort that is being done across so many projects and countries can maximize results and really have an impact for all our conservation and management needs? And one of the big issues is that still, although we've heard about this quite a lot, collaboration is important, but many groups and many people are still working in isolation or not sharing data, or it's just sometimes a little bit complicated too. And another barrier that we found is fisher engagement. So when they recapture, the whole process of reporting those recaptures is sometimes very complicated. And we wanted to develop something that is easy, that is accessible, where also they can later go on and check themselves, where's this shark that we recaptured going, what is this actually leading to? And so we developed the T-Shark platform. There are lots of QR codes across my presentation. Very simple, online portal. Anyone can go on it. It's easy for fishers to report. And the platform is currently in 6 Mediterranean languages and more to be translated soon. They're handling ID guides, lots of resources. We have this nice education videos in very different languages, depending on the context and the countries, specifically for each country and for each area. Explains exactly how do you do your tagging, how you report, how you access the portal, how you do the measurements, and I actually have to be a little bit quick about this, otherwise I would show you the entire very beautiful animated video. And here's just to show you an example of how this platform is being used. The University of Padua is the current host of this platform, and they have tagged since 2017 more than 2,000 species, individuals of 16 species, and they've had through this platform 52 recaptured reports already in the platform of 7 species. And one of these species, this is a nice example of the sandbar shark that was tagged in Italy and then was later reported back in the Northern Adriatic a year later. Yes, down here. So yes, at the moment there are 8 institutions across the Mediterranean working on it, including government institutions like the Spanish CSIC, who I know around here, adding information on all their tagged individuals, over 6,000 individuals in this platform. And why would you collaborate? Why are we expanding this network? Because it's an easy way of sharing data. Privacy is guaranteed, so every group can restrict the privacy, but there's also a public portal for people to get in and check what's actually going on. What are they doing in Italy? Oh, great, we're tagging the same species. Let's combine this data. Let's make this actually really have an impact. So yes, we are hoping to keep enhancing this platform, keep enhancing collaboration, foster the engagement with fishers, and we really, really would like you to join this platform if you're working in the Met, which we're also integrating into the other existing platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. So who has a question for Eva? I see one hand here in the third row, actually.
Maite.
Super nice initiative. Are you thinking to expand it to the Atlantic Ocean or other oceans so we can also join and do the same effort in other areas?
Yes.
Nice. Thank you.
That was a very quick question. We have time for a second then. Very quick? No? No question? Okay. Then let's move on to the next speaker, who is Andrea. Thank you very much, Eva. So Andrea will deliver news on blue shark identification techniques.
Thank you. All right, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. It's almost lunchtime, so bear with me. I'm going to be walking you through the lessons learned of photo ID blue sharks in the mid-Atlantic. So it all started with this main character, Scarface. This is a large male blue shark with the longest sightings in the Azores. All of the pictures, like the footage to validate the data of this study, were given by a photographer. And that is the whole point, cross-sector collaboration. So before I move into the lessons learned, let's talk about the Azores and its diving context. This is an archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic, known for the biodiversity hotspots that attract a lot of megafauna species, including blue sharks. However, there is not standardized data or protocols to photo ID blue sharks, and that presented an opportunity. And that opportunity landed in 34 visually ID blue sharks and 4 resightings across the years that were analyzed. So yes, we can ID blue sharks. However, these findings can also tell you that there might be a fidelity signal, that these sharks are coming to the same place every year, but we don't know why and how. And so this study, there was a lot of lessons learned, and we learned those lessons. First, we proved that, yes, it is possible to visually ID blue sharks. However, when we're talking about wild collecting data, Ampulio of Lorenzini did not work. And so the bottom line and what next? Opportunistic data presents a high opportunity when we welcome different people to join research efforts. However, we need to standardize protocols, and we need to understand why are the species coming here. But the method in this study, I don't want to talk about what we did find out, but I want to talk about the lessons learned. Manual processes can lead to research exhaustion, so it's important that we join efforts and we collectively find out ways to photo ID blue sharks. So if there's anyone working on these and want to upscale from visual to automated processes, you know where to find me. And here, when I was scrolling around these pictures, I was thinking about that shark conservation and policy, we're not either or, we're everything. It is important that we also prioritize our mental health when we are doing this research to continue doing what we love and what we invested on. But most importantly, throughout this journey, I want to thank my master's program. I want to thank my supervisor, Maite, that is here, EcoDive team in the Azores, every person that was part of it, all of the local operators that let me hop on that boat for months. Thank you so much. And if you also want to talk about shark conservation and policy in El Salvador, I'll be around. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. Are there any questions for Andrea in the room? Where?
Yeah, there's one at the back.
Okay.
Hi, Andrea. That was
Hello.
awesome. I'll always be, the Azores will always be on my bucket list until I go there.
Yes.
You know that we do a lot of work on blue sharks in Ireland, but most of it is with anglers. Do you think there's scope to expand this photo ID to sharks that have been brought on board a boat or that are captured in photos by anglers, for example?
That's an interesting question, because that would happen in the Azores. There is a huge fishing fleet, and I think on board it could be a part of including the fishers and not only training on catch and release, but also how could they contribute to science in that way. They could be taking photos of a dorsal fin and contribute to a long data set and effort. So yeah, that could work.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Big
Gracias.
applause. We are reaching the end of the session, and I invite our final speaker and my fellow co-host Matthias to inform us about Taupe Shark.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Thanks for that.
please don't take this off my time. There's a long story behind this, but I usually go mental when I hear this song. I don't ever want to hear it again. But, well, then again, well, thanks for this nice introduction. I think I can talk now. Okay. Well, hello everybody. Back from Christmas to some other stories. Thanks for having me today and allowing me to try to put Northeast Atlantic taupe on a map. How do I use this? Taupe is a trichid species, and it has a lot of funny and actually not so funny, but rather telltale vernacular and regional names, and an almost circumglobal distribution in cold to warm temperate areas. They mostly inhabit the continental shelf, but have been found over deep open ocean areas as well. And in many parts of their distribution range, after decades of targeted fisheries, the fisheries have led to population declines and collapses, actually resulting in that species currently being assessed as critically endangered globally. We're looking at the Northeast Atlantic, but despite no targeted fisheries in the Northeast Atlantic, but with only few regulations in place, taupe are also taken and landed as bycatch there at presumably unsustainable levels. Taupe are known to undertake far-ranging, mostly reproduction-related transboundary migrations, and were listed in the CMS Appendix 2 in 2020, setting the baseline for more comprehensive approaches to increase protection. A vast amount of research has been conducted in the Northeast Atlantic throughout the distribution range, but here we see the Northeast Atlantic, where conventional tagging started in the 1970s, and these studies showed both far-ranging migrations with recaptures of animals that were tagged in Irish and Scottish waters, from waters around Iceland, the Azores, and even in the Mediterranean many years later. That studies also provided indications of site fidelity, with some recaptures rather close to original release location after over 10 years. More recent studies highlighted ontogenetic variation in depth use and range, with juveniles staying closer to shore in more shallow waters than the adults, and they also provided further indications on homing behavior, on sex segregation, and also validated nursery habitats and pupping grounds, for example, in the southern North Sea, where this blue shaded polygon is visible. By now we have a more comprehensive picture of what taupe are actually doing in the Northeastern Atlantic, but while we put together many pieces of this puzzle, if one thing is probably evident, then that also in the Northeast Atlantic, taupe show a pretty complex movement ecology, which we still are struggling to fully comprehend. What you see here in this central spot is the central North Sea, and it's a somewhat blank spot. But we have robust reason to assume, or evidence, that there is a summer aggregation of adult taupe. And especially around this, where you see the cross, this nice Germany's only offshore island, Helgoland Island. And you see this is a somewhat blank spot. So we figured, well, we tried to find out what the taupe are actually doing when they're there, during summer and before they leave again in autumn. So the question is, can we find any migration pathways of where they originate from when they come to the area? Is there any connectivity with, for example, some other areas where they aggregate, like the pupping grounds and the nursery areas? And probably if there's even some recurring patterns of like recurring migrations into the area, philopatry, homing behavior that somehow may be related to their migrations. So what we did is we tagged 23 taupe altogether. It's mini-pot sharks, 19 females, 70% were mature. 4 males at a length range between 103 to 164 centimeters. Tag duration deployment was set to 270 to 365 days, and we got data from 16 tags that reported that we could use for geolocation. This is a quick, like a zoom in on what we initially found. This is the most likely tracks that were generated from the data that were transmitted from the tags. Red lines, female sharks, blue lines, male sharks. So what we found out is initially when we deployed and released the tags in late summer, most of the sharks immediately, or rather immediately, moved southward, southwestward towards the English Channel, where they sort of spent the winter and overwintered. And there was also weird migration triangle, which we cannot really explain for now. But then there's this. Some of the sharks, which we tagged, moved north in autumn and overwintered in deep, cold areas of the Norwegian coast. And despite a rather small sample size, it needs to be noted that not all immature sharks moved north, but all of the sharks that moved north were immature. And other sharks undertook like far-ranging migrations into oceanic areas, heading southward, and one pretty much straight to Madeira Island, the other one towards the Mediterranean, to the Strait of Gibraltar, both covering over 4,000 kilometers of migration trajectory in between 160 or 220 days. One interesting thing is the shark that undertook oceanic migrations immediately went pretty deep once they crossed the shelf edge and displayed a clear diurnal vertical migration behavior, which was quite conspicuous. So we overlaid this data with contemporarily recorded hydroacoustic data, and we're able to show that they actually, when they're in the oceanic and open ocean, they dive down to several hundred meters and like basically follow deep scattering layers, or the organisms that comprise the deep scattering layers on their migrations. The highest probability of encounters are in layers with a lot of cephalopods. So we basically figured when they migrate in this like vast open ocean areas during their long-ranging migrations that are comparatively poor in prey organisms, they just go deep and they just dive into these like nutrient-rich layers to maximize energy gain on their long migrations. Scan the code for some deep dives. So did we manage to cover or to answer all of our initial questions? Well, not really. In fact, as you've seen, the complex migration ecology of taupe, thank you, still somewhat defies a clear definition, but it was rather just corroborated. We need to link with colleagues from, for example, the Atlantic islands to see where we know there are important popping and nursery grounds for taupe, to see how those islands link with the Northeast Atlantic population and what are they doing in the Mediterranean. Why are they moving north in winter, some of them, and what this triangle is. Did we succeed in putting taupe on the map? Well, in some ways we surely did. As an example, here these migration trajectories in the English Channel where they overwintered, and not really back, but so far, have been used to delineate an important shark and ray area, the English Channel Highway ISRA. That pun is intended, high is shark in German. Next steps, following the results we have, will include double tagging the taupe with both external and internal transmitters to hopefully get a longer term idea on recurring movements in the area, linking their presumed overwintering grounds in the English Channel, their spawning areas in the southern German Bight and the Wadden Sea with their summer aggregations in the German Bight. And so we are currently collaborating with colleagues from UK and Netherlands who also work on taupe and use this methodology. Finally, I'm happy to announce on behalf of Irene Kingma, who was supposed to give a presentation on that very topic after me, but she's not here, so that gave me the opportunity to be upgraded, and I was forced to have a long talk now. To announce that just only recently, following the listing at CMS Appendix 2 in 2020, there now is a single species action plan for taupe that has been formally adopted at CMS COP15 in March this year and needs to be implemented. There will be an expert group set up for the implementation of this very single species action plan, and if you want to join the expert group, contact Irene or contact me, and you possibly or most likely will and can contribute to improved management and increased protection measures for this critically endangered shark. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, if you don't want to go immediately and have lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias.
And I'm not going to sing Jingle Bells.
Unfortunately, there's no time for questions now, but I'm sure you'll find Matthias around, and we are approaching the end of the session now.
How is lunch? Test, test. Alrighty. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for spending your precious lunch break with us here. We are the Finstitute, and today we are going to be hosting a very casual discussion on the student force in shark conservation. I'm Keisha. I am the Program and Projects Coordinator for the Finstitute International, and I will be hosting today's panel. To my left, we have Gofran. She is, as you would have seen on Monday, she kicked off the conference with her lovely keynote, and she is the lead coordinator of the West and Central Africa Elasmobranch Coalition with Antitrust. And then we have Anna, and she is our lovely MC for this entire week. She's been such a great entertainer. And she is the executive director and chief mermaid of Save Philippine Seas. And last but certainly not least, we have Aliyah and Luca. They are the co-founders of the Finstitute, which started at James Cook University, and now the Finstitute International. Please give a little round of applause for our panelists. To start us off, we're gonna do a little bit of a warm-up. We have a little fun game to play, and all of you can be part of this as well. We're gonna be playing Two Truths and a Lie. So each of our panelists, they are going to be providing us with 3 statements about themselves, of which 2 of them are true and 1 of them is a lie. And it'll be up to you, the audience, to try and figure out which one is the lie. So without further ado, Gofran, could you please tell us your 3 statements?
Hi, everyone. The first fact about me, I'm from 3 countries from North Africa. I'm not just Tunisian. Second fact, that I'm not nervous for the first time talking in front of you. And the third fact, that I have like 3 kids, and I left them with mom taking care of them when I'm here. Yeah. I guess.
We'll have all of our panelists mention the 3 statements, and then we'll come back and have everyone put up their hands when they repeat the statements as to which one they believe is the lie.
Okay, I majored in marine biology. I was in a shampoo commercial, and I sang with a Disney princess.
Those are some good ones. Aliyah?
Gosh, okay. I grew up thinking that I was going to be an entomologist studying insects. What was my other ones? Entomologist studying insects. I can make a water drop noise with my mouth. That's very, very accurate. And I've given a TED Talk.
I started my academic career in dentistry. I am a professional surfer, and I am 1% Mongolian.
All right. So now we're going to have our panelists repeat the 3 statements that they said. You can make a shorter version of it. And now it's for our audience to, when you hear the one that you think is the lie, raise up your hands loud and clear so we can all see what the general consensus is. Girlfriend, please start us off. Yep.
Okay. I'm from 3 countries from North Africa. It's not a lie. Okay. Not nervous. So I have 3 kids. Oh, they.
All right, and can you please reveal which one was the lie?
I don't have 3 kids. Of course.
Of course. There you go. Could have had me fooled, to be honest. Anna, could you please repeat your 3 statements for us?
I majored in marine biology. You guys don't believe me? I was in a shampoo commercial, and I sang with a Disney princess.
Okay. It's like nobody believes you have a
The lie is that I'm a marine biology major. I majored in English studies.
Okay. What was my... Okay, I grew up wanting to be an entomologist studying insects. Interesting. I can make a really accurate water drop noise with my mouth. Okay, and I gave a TED Talk. I don't feel like many people voted, so I must have confused a lot of people. I'm terrified of insects, so definitely not the first one. And I can make a water drop noise. So, to anybody who didn't believe me, there you go.
Would we say that was very accurate?
Thank you.
My three were, I started my academic career in dentistry. I am a professional surfer. And I am 1% Mongolian. You were all correct. It's the surfing. But I will say I started last week and we're getting pretty close, so.
I consider you a professional surfer if that counts. All right. Well, now that we are all warmed up, let us get started with some questions. So the first one that I have for you guys today. Do you feel like you needed a degree to have an impact in conservation? All of you here do have a degree, so what drew you to pursuing said degree?
No, we don't need a degree to start something we love. Like the example for me, when I started being curious about marine biology and the marine wildlife, I was studying completely different thing. And now my work, what I'm doing, I'm just with a master's degree. I don't even have a PhD, and I'm not even doing my PhD, but I'm still doing research, and I'm enjoying it. It's true that I won't start my PhD. It's important, but that will not stop you from doing conservation, actually. So you never need a degree to protect animals or to protect like habitats. Yeah. Thank you.
I definitely second that. I think that there's so many different ways that you can have an impact, and like a degree certainly doesn't have to be like the only path. Like my undergrad's in psychology. I was scared of the ocean and the sharks like growing up, so I never thought that this would be a position that I'm in. But being in an academic setting was really cool because you got to learn a lot about the different areas that there, like different paths that you can actually take in that realm. But that doesn't mean that it's the only one. Like, I really, really, really feel like there's really passionate people out there that want to contribute to shark conservation in a meaningful way, but they feel like they have a barrier because they don't have a degree in it. But the reality is we need artists, we need communicators, we need people who are genuinely just passionate people to be emblems of that conservation movement. So I feel very, very adamant that you do not need to wait till your degree's done or even have a degree or even be pursuing a degree in order to have a very tangible impact in this field of conservation.
What I will say is when I was growing up, I was always encouraged to get a degree because if the world ends tomorrow, that's something that you will always keep with you, that knowledge and the degree. But living in today's world, you really can get into conservation and volunteering in any way, you know? Whether it's, starting at the aquarium when you're 16 years old and then falling in love with marine biology and then choosing that to be the pathway of your life. I feel like nowadays there's so many ways to get involved.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that this field is incredibly interdisciplinary, and you all seem to agree with that, and we don't necessarily have to take the science path to pursue the things that we have. Which is great to hear. I think it's really heartwarming to know that there's no pressure, I guess, in that sense. All right, so all of you do work in very different regions. Aaliyah and Luca, Canada, Australia, Anna in the Philippines, and Gofren in Cameroon, as well as West Africa in general. So in the regions that you work in, what is the capacity that exists for youth, students, early career researchers to engage in conservation, management, and policy work?
Anybody could jump in.
I'm happy to start. So I'm from Vancouver, Canada, and I am lucky enough to come from a high-income country. And I feel like for me, there was always a lot of support for students and youth to get involved in conservation and volunteering very early on.
In the Philippines, the youth are very active. There are so many opportunities for young people to get involved, but not necessarily in decision-making positions, but like engagement and participation and attendance, definitely. But then in terms of career options, I was talking to a friend and she said, when you want to work in environmental conservation, you have to take a vow of poverty and a vow of celibacy. Because look, all of us are single. So that's also like something to think about when you're thinking about your career in this field.
That's, yeah. I also think too, like in a school system, like I found that it was a really awesome space to try out new ideas, and it's like an incredible incubator to potentially create an idea and bring it to life, which is how the Finstitute came to be. So I feel like for that student angle of it, you really, like, while you're in school, like, take advantage of all of the resources that you have around you. Like, if you have a really cool idea, there's, like, being a student does provide a lot of opportunities. Like, for the Finstitute, we had an idea, we wanted to create this club. We already had people around us who were interested. We were at a university where they let us use the rooms because we were students at that university, so we didn't have to find another space. And, you know, we did get some support from the university to do the thing. So I feel like it's also a really great space in that academic setting in university and high school and really like any academic space to be able to, yeah, like really latch on to the passion and the resources that you have there to create something.
Actually, in Cameroon and in Western Central Africa, I guess it's a very different scenario. Students, they don't have like so many opportunities to study marine biology and those like topics like shark science because like they cannot have the people who can supervise them and show them how to collect data. And sometimes some people, they come to me and they are like, oh, do we have sharks? Some students, like they are following me on Instagram or LinkedIn or following the organization I work with, and they are seeing like pictures of sharks and they are like, oh, we have sharks in Cameroon. And I'm like, we have everything in Cameroon. You have everything in Cameroon. So I think in Western Central Africa, it's becoming something, but it was so complicated. When I started in 2019, I didn't find any student in the fish markets. No one was collecting data, but the last year when I'm going to the fish market, at least I see 4 students. They are not working with me. They are not working with the organization I work with, but they got inspired and they started their own thing alone because they see that can exist in their country, and they were like informed and like the visibility of the work that has been done really led them to do new things. So yeah, I hope it will be even better in Western Central Africa. Yeah.
It's lovely to hear that people are being inspired by the work that you guys are doing, and that, you know, one thing can spark ideas for so many people, and that's a great thing to hear in this field. And I do second your thoughts, Anna. I think all of us would probably say we did not do this for money. But we should. The field is getting there, hey? All right, well, I have a question for GoFriend, actually, which I think does bounce off a bit of what you were saying earlier. So you were a student yourself not too long ago, and how did conducting your own research kind of shift your understanding of the power of students in creating conservation action?
Actually, being a student is a good thing sometimes, even if it's yourself or if you are surrounded by students. And actually, I love when I'm surrounded by students because I miss that kind of excitement when we go to the field work. You see the sparkle in the eyes of students. And for me, sometimes I feel that I'm used to seeing what I'm seeing in the fish market and when I'm in the field. But when you take with you students seeing like live rays and you are like releasing the baby rays or sharks, and students are seeing this, and you see like the passion in their eyes. It's so like huge for me. So I feel that the energy of students is really important in the work we are doing, and involving students in conservation is good. That doesn't mean you need to be student to do like conservation work, it's another thing, but encouraging like people who are learning in the university to learn in the field is so important, because what you can learn when you are practicing things, you can never learn when you are like having like a class in the university, and that happened to me as well. And I was lucky to start learning about marine biology before like starting studying marine biology. So it's a balance, I think. You need both. You need like to do conservation where it should be done, and also sometimes like to frame it in like being student. So yeah, I hope my answer was clear. Yeah, thank you.
That's definitely really, really important. And I totally feel the spark that you're talking about. I think myself being quite young, I still feel that spark, and I hope that it continues to the rest of my career. But I also have been seeing it, to be fair, around this conference, which is lovely to know that everyone is in the same headspace. My next question is for Anna. You started Save Philippine Seas, which is such an endeavor, and I'm sure that it's taken you places that you probably never thought was gonna go. So what were some of the challenges that you encountered as a young person pursuing conservation, and how did you turn those challenges into the successes seen with your organization?
I started Save Philippine Seas right after I graduated college with a degree in English studies. And at that time, I was looking for a real job. So Save Philippine Seas was just like a social media campaign for an illegal wildlife trade issue in the Philippines. And I never, ever thought I would make a career out of this. It was 2011, and we're actually celebrating our 15th anniversary this month. So it survived, like what? But when I was starting out, I had, oh my God, you don't know what you don't know, right? So I would be in meetings with scientists, and I'd be like Googling, what is a water column? Like, I don't know what a water column is. Or like, when I had to raise funds and I had to like prepare budgets, I'd never used an Excel spreadsheet before. So I didn't know it could like add. So I would type the numbers in my iPhone, and then I would like type it in the spreadsheet. I mean, it was just so stupid. But then I took like the strengths finder test, it tells you what your strengths are, and the number one thing that came out was learner. And I've always been a good student. I've always had good grades, but more than that, I like preparing. I like being type A. I like obsessing over things and making sure I'm excellent at it. So this whole week, people have come up to me like, oh, you're such a natural on stage. I write my script and I rehearse that every night.
I saw you.
But it looks natural, but I actually prepared for it. So it's that kind of like obsession with excellence and learning and humility that I don't know everything, and I still don't know everything. And making sure that I have the resilience to say, okay, that didn't work out. And my dad's an environmental lawyer, and he would tell me like, okay, you can cry for 2 minutes, and then you have to figure out what to do next. So just ask questions of how you can do things better, learn from other people, and then just try again.
I love that. I think there's some great lessons to learn there. We have to keep learning, and as well as I feel like stay humble. And yeah, it'll take you to great places. That's great to hear. And for Luca and Aaliyah, my question is, so you both started the Finstitute as students yourself, as you mentioned earlier. So what advice would you give to other students, youth, early career researchers here that are wanting to engage in conservation, but also maybe wanting to start something themselves, but they don't really know where to start?
So for us, or my biggest piece of advice is finding advisors and mentors that you trust. Right from the get-go, our biggest advisor was Andrew Chin, who's here somewhere as well. And over the last 3 years, he's continued to help us. He is helping us this weekend. Like, we owe so much of the Finstitute to him based on the advice that he's given us and the directions that he's pointed us in. And another big piece of advice is finding other organizations to work with. Collaboration, I feel like nowadays is thankfully increasing, but in the past it really has not been a big thing. And what Andrew was saying as well with the Ezra talk about not sharing science, that's a massive thing that we now need to do as well. And collaboration is such a massive thing. And if you're able to find those organizations that you can help and that can help you, that's what's going to propel you forward.
Yeah, I second everything that you just said. And like kind of on the note of what Anna was talking about, like being humble and like understanding that we're all learning and that nobody has all of the answers up front, like leaning into those resources and those mentors is such a great tool to use. And yes, it's kind of scary to go out and seek those mentors sometimes because like, yeah, people like Andrew Chin, like very, very impressive person. And it's like, how do I, as just like some new student that nobody knows about, like how do I approach him in a meaningful way? And like, I don't have any answers for that. Like, you just gotta do it. You just gotta like bite the bullet and go for it. Like I emailed Andrew a few times. I was like, oh my God, he does shark stuff. Hey, can I volunteer? And like, obviously that got me nowhere. But you know, when we did come up with the Finstitute and we sent a message, it was like the right message at the right time. And it was transformational because our original idea for what this organization was going to be about is just focused on one organization, helping that one organization. And with the guidance from somebody else who's been in this space long enough to know what's actually needed, he helped redirect us to this consortium model where we're actually like the glue that help expedite and amplify existing missions instead of just focusing on one. So I definitely think that a huge piece of advice would be indeed listening to people and just kind of getting second opinions, third opinions, just talking to people, being human, and then also just kind of like taking the fear out of it. I know that's so much easier said than done, but at the end of the day, like you really, like I actually heard somebody say this recently on Instagram, I think, but we're always taught to think about like, oh, like make your younger self proud, like we'll do something that your younger self would be proud of. But think about your older self. Think about like 99, 100-year-old you, like kind of laying there on your deathbed. I know it sounds kind of morbid, but like think about it. Would you be like looking back on your life, like proud of yourself for not doing the thing? Or proud of yourself for just doing the thing? It's so uncomfortable in the moment, but think about the 100-year-old you reflecting on your life. Like just go out of your comfort zone. It's so worth it. So that's my advice.
I love the balance that I'm hearing of here. It's, you know, admitting your shortfalls, I guess, and where you have opportunity to learn again, like Anna said, and reaching out to the people for that. But at the same time, sometimes you just gotta jump in the deep end and see where that takes you, of course, with the right guidance in mind. I love that, completely agree. So for our final question of today's panel, we are all sitting in what is the world's biggest international conference for sharks and rays. What a feat has this been. And I have no doubt that some of us in the room, especially myself, are feeling a little bit like imposters. So what do you guys do to treat imposter syndrome, and what advice would you have for someone feeling the same?
Some level of imposter syndrome is healthy because for me, when I was starting and I didn't know a lot about what I was doing, the impact on me was that I prepared. I studied, I prepared, I talked to people, I asked questions, and I wasn't afraid to say that I don't know. But you cannot get in your own way. And one of my best friends, when I was doing my first conservation project and it was like failing, and I called her and I was crying, and she said, "What's the worst that can happen? Really, what's the worst that can happen? And is that something that you can't get up from?" And I was like, "No." And she was like, "Exactly. So get your shit together. And I've always thought about that conversation when I'm scared of something. Like, what's the worst that can happen? And I know myself enough to be able to say that whatever it is, I can find my way out of it. And I think all of us have that inside of us.
I really like the distinction between like it's okay to have some imposter syndrome, because I do feel like it's generalized. Like people are like, oh, I have imposter syndrome, I want to get rid of it, or like, how does people don't have imposter syndrome? I agree. I feel like everybody has a little bit of imposter syndrome, and that could be like in a good dose, that's humble. In a bad dose, that's like self-sabotaging. And so I do 100% agree that, yeah, like no one's ever gonna feel 100% qualified. And if you do, it's so deeply in your comfort zone, like you probably shouldn't be doing it. You know, you should be going out, doing more. But I think you don't wanna let that get in your way, like you said. And I think the only way to do that is just to kind of, if you feel those like nerves, if you feel nervous, if you feel like you're an imposter in that space, like that might be a sign that it's like the boundary of your comfort zone, or maybe just a few steps past that boundary. And you should go for it. You shouldn't ignore it because of those feelings. So, yeah.
It's funny that you asked that question, Keisha, after our heart-to-heart on Monday, talking about the exact same thing of, should we be here? And yeah, no, 100%. I would say the exact same thing in the sense of everybody here is going to feel that nervousness, the tension in their chest, the heart racing before their presentation, and then as soon as it's over, it's like the biggest weight is lifted off of your shoulders. But accepting that everyone kind of goes through the same thing and has kind of the same worries, I think makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I would like to say that it's okay to feel it, like all of you said. But I will ask everyone, every time someone is in front of us talking or presenting something, to keep being humans and give the good energy so we can calm down the person, even though the person is not doing his best, even though you are like listening to something that you are not interested in, whether during conferences or in like normal life. Be like a human, and that will help people. Like some people, they cannot control like their feelings and their nervosity. Lucky those people who can do that, but let's help like each other, because by the end of the thing, we are all humans and we are here for the same reason. Every one of us is searching for himself and chasing his dreams. So yeah, that's my thing to tell everyone. Yeah, let's help each other to be okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to add on to that too. Yeah. On the note of being human, I feel like in this room we're a lot of sciencey people, obviously. And we're always taught to think with this critical mind. But I feel like, it's important to still be, critical of people, of course, but like on that human side, sitting in the audience, like it's such a different perspective, experience. You don't know where they're coming from, and it's important to also like not be so hypercritical on the actual person doing the talking, like, because it's scary. Like for me, I'm doing a lot of stuff on social media right now, and it's terrifying. Like every time I gotta post something that's like seems slightly out of my wheelhouse. Like I was posting like shark and ray education videos back in the day, and I literally spent hours researching basic facts that I knew because I was so scared of getting called out. So it's like, there's also on that, there's a good way to call somebody out and a bad way to call somebody out. And I think that if we can all just be a little bit more supportive in that space, like, yeah, if there's misinformation, send them a private message, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a public message. It doesn't need to be passive aggressive. It just feels like in this space where collaboration is becoming increasingly important, it's really important that we also have our backs as researchers, as humans, as people, as friends, as colleagues. And it just will make everything else move smoother if we know that, our entire reputation isn't based off of like one presentation we give or one post. Like the cancel culture is scary. So just be a little bit more nuanced in that and less critical in the grand scheme of things towards people, I'd say.
Thank you.
I wish that there was a count for the most repeated words in this conference, because I think collaboration must be up there for sure, which is a great thing to hear. It's a nice thing to look forward to. Sorry. All right, well, this brings us almost to the end of our panel session of this event. So could you all please help me out in giving our panelists a thank you very, very much for sharing their knowledge and their hearts with us today. We actually do have about 10 minutes, my bad. Big boss over there just told me what's up. Does anyone in the room by any chance have a question that they would love to ask our panel?
Thank you. Great talk. I don't have a question about all you were talking now, but I have a question about the Institute. How can we join, and what you offer for people abroad?
Well, thank you so much for asking. We will actually have a quick little Finstitute presentation to answer all those questions and more right after the rest of this panel. So I promise we'll have like a little QR code and Liat will come up and give you the lowdown. It's gonna be good.
Hello, guys. We have had a lovely discussion here. It's been great hearing all of you talk. A lot of students sitting here are going to be going home after this conference and going back to their universities, and they might wonder how they could start a club or an organization. What all is involved with that? They may think that they can't do that as students. What advice would you give them for starting something?
Part of the Finstitute, we want to start chapters all over the world now. And so moving forward, we're going to start an initiative for students to be able to get in contact with us to start their own Finstitute chapter at their school. We will also be talking about that a little bit later as well. But yeah, we'll be in touch. If anybody would like to start a panel or to start a chapter, definitely get in contact with us afterwards.
And just to add to that, on like a practical, like how do you start a club at your university? I think that varies from uni to uni. But for like James Cook University, for example, you just needed an idea and then 15 people to like sign, yeah, I'm in this club, and then you can just be a club. So it's actually like quite an interesting place to start even a business. Like you can start anything at a university. So I really feel like, again, it's an incubator for things. So just look into the rules of the trade for your school individually, and then just see if it's an accessible opportunity and go for it. One more over there.
Thank you so much for that. That was really amazing and valuable to hear. As an early career researcher, it's super exciting to hear all this talk about collaboration and reaching out and getting mentors. But when you don't have a name for yourself or something to back and support you, it can be really scary to reach out because you don't have that reputation to support you. And do you have any advice for how to do that or how to get over that fear of rejection, just the kind of stepping stones to start? Thank you.
When you reach out to someone, there's a 50-50 chance that they're gonna reply or not. And the worst that can happen is that they don't reply. So take the 50% chance, because that's the worst that can happen, that they don't reply. But if they do reply, then you start opening a conversation or starting a dialogue. So you just have to take that chance. And sometimes you write to people, and this has happened to me. People write to me and I don't reply. And then they see me at an event like this and they'll be like, I wrote to you and you didn't reply to me. And I'm like, I'm here now. so you can talk to me now. So just take that chance. And then you also have to say what you want, or like what, like when we talk about collaboration, it's such a vague word, or like mentorship. What do you want to be mentored in? It also helps to be specific about your request to get advice, to get support, to get some kind of like mentorship or coaching. But that person you're reaching out to also has to know what you need from them, so that they can say, I can't give that to you now, but maybe in the future I can refer you to someone else.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I know every start is so hard, especially when we are starting something. And when we are starting something, we are not sure if we want this thing or we just want to try it. I say just learn through the process, take what you can take, and don't waste your time if it's not working. If it's not working, don't take it as a rejection. Take it as it's not for you. Knock another door, try another thing, go elsewhere. I tried in Tunisia to do something, before going to Cameroon, and I kind of got rejected from my country. I wanted to go to Greece to study whales, and I got accepted in an institute, and then my country didn't fund me. And I cried, and I was kind of depressed, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna search for another thing. I'm gonna go outside of the Mediterranean, and I went to the Atlantic Ocean, and things worked. So don't like make your angle so small, even though you are in the start of your career. Make it wide. You deserve everything. Just, if something is not for you now, it's not for you forever, or maybe not now, maybe tomorrow. Just move on. Yeah, that's it.
Take rejection as a redirection.
Yes. Yeah.
I like that. And just to add to that, on a, like, I feel like I keep giving like the practical, like, here's how it's like what I would do kind of thing. And these are like the beautiful big pictures. But because I genuinely was like, how do I even talk to someone? You know, like, how do I get them to respond to an email? My approach, if you're looking for somebody that's in the area that you live, like, I think you even just touched on this by accident, but like, people remember you in person. It's hard to be a name in the inbox. So if you can get out of the inbox as quick as you can. Like, I usually send for busy people in the area, I'll send them a quick email. I'll say, hey, my name's Aaliyah, you know, maybe some, like, one thing that's clearly catered to that person specifically, like, why am I reaching out to them? And if they're in the local area, like, grab a coffee. Be like, I would love to ask you some questions about your research. Like, can I buy you a coffee? Or like, can we meet up for a tea or something like that? Because then you can just like get the person in person if it's nearby. And yeah, you're out of the inbox. You're now a face. And then you just can ask questions in person and have a real conversation. That's always like the ideal situation. But if you're remote, it's obviously a bit harder. But I think that if you can, get to your point quickly in those emails, I think that's always a good way if you're trying to connect. But yeah, also second everything that you guys said, because that was beautiful.
Being human seems to be a really important part of all of this. Yeah, and thank you guys again so much. Again, can we please give a lovely applause to our panelists? We are now officially out of time. So thank you again for joining us. We do have a little bit of a present for our panelists. Little Finstitute themed gifts for you guys as a big thank you for being part of this.
Thank you so much.
And to end our hello, it is with pleasure that I introduce Liat, who is also part of the Finstitute, to tell us a little bit more about the work that we do.
Hi everyone, I hope you enjoyed that panel. I know that I got a lot out of that, so thank you. So I'm just going to talk briefly about the Finstitute and what we do and what we can offer all of you in the audience today. So this is the Finstitute International team. My name is Liat Dayan. You've already met Alia, Luca, and Keisha, and then we've also got Laura sitting over there. She's been taking some pictures throughout the day. And so I also just want to give a shout out to all our previous and current executive members from the JCU Institute. I know there's a lot of you here. If you just want to wave your hands and say hello. And thank you guys for being here. Your support is unmatched, and we are so grateful to have you here. And so who is the Finstitute? So we are a global shark conservation consortium advancing science and education through collaboration, an emphasis on collaboration, as we have discussed 1,000 times. And so our mission, we basically were funded on the idea that specifically at JCU, there were so many amazing shark conservation things going on, but there was no way for us to really get involved. And so we like to think of ourselves kind of as the glue, and we exist as the glue to amplify and expedite existing shark conservation initiatives by upskilling people and connecting them with organizations and NGOs and researchers who actually need extra hands and need the extra support. So just a little bit of background. As we've already said, the Finstitute started at JCU as a university club, and in 2025 we expanded to become the Finstitute International, an internationally recognized nonprofit organization. And so now it's time for me to pretend that I am Oprah, and I will ask you guys to please look under your seats. A lucky few of you will be getting our new foundations report. And this is basically just a full overview of everything that we've done over the last few years. There might be a couple that are under some empty chairs, so at the end we can do a little scavenger hunt and find them. And just please make sure you pass them around so everyone can get a chance to see. And if you do want to take one home, you can come chat to us. We've got a few. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough space to bring for everyone, but we will also have a PDF available on our website, hopefully later today. And so for all the researchers, NGOs, or labs out there, this is what we can offer you. So we've got a network of extremely skilled and passionate volunteers and students that are actively looking for experience in things like photo identification, data analysis, literature reviews, grant writing, and even marketing assistance. And I am almost positive that these are the things that you guys do not want to be doing anyway. So you may as well just hand this off to students that actually need this experience and want this on their CV for future job applications. So it's a win-win for both the researchers and for the students. And this is not a comprehensive list of everything that we can offer. If you guys have any ideas of things that you need done, you can approach us and we will make that happen for you. And then if you guys want to just look at a case study of how we've done this in the past, you can scan this QR code, and it will take you to our capability statement as well as a case study on what we've done with Spot a Shark in Australia. And then for all the students out there, this is what we can offer you. First of all, if you do want to become a member, you can scan this QR code. And I'm not going to delve too much about what we do at JCU because if you want to, you can actually go speak to some of the JCU students that we have here. A lot of them are in our club, and we've got, like I said, some exec members here, so you can speak to them about that. But overall, the Finstitute started as a club, like we've mentioned, and all of us were students when we started the Finstitute, and we know how hard it can be to find opportunities to get involved, not only in shark conservation, but in conservation and science in general as a student. So that's why we are trying to make things more accessible to you guys. And we are still in the building phase, and we are still looking for more opportunities to provide you guys. So again, if you guys have any opportunities that you can think of, or if you feel like there's a skill that you are missing that you want to get and you think that we could help you with that, please do approach us and we can see how we can make that happen. And in a nutshell, what we can offer you as students are expeditions, internships, and overall experience. And so I'm just going to touch on some of the upcoming expeditions that we do have. And these expeditions are open to everyone, whether you are a student, a researcher, or just, I don't know, a mother looking to have fun. Anyone can come on it. But the way that we kind of make these expeditions is we want to make them unique, and we try and focus on non-conventional species that aren't usually catered for. And these trips are definitely suited for all the shark and ray nerds in the audience. So the first trip that we've got coming up is one that I'm super excited about because not only am I South African, but I'm also going to be one of the leads for this trip from the Finstitute side. And this is coming up at the end of June, and there's 4 spots left for this one, so if anyone's interested, you can come speak to me about it afterwards. It's going to be specifically focused on sharks, which are endemic to South Africa. So we thought, what better way to celebrate the diversity of South Africa than to focus on the endemic species. And then the next trip we've got coming up is to Heron Island in Australia. There's six spots left for this one, and it's going to be focused on the rays in the Great Barrier Reef. And we know sometimes rays don't get enough attention, and that's why we were super excited to hear that the password for Sharks International was Rays Rule, because they do. So shout out to the rays. And this one is going to be led by Aliyah, as well as Eva Meyers, who is in the audience over there. She's also got a poster on the research that she's done. If you want to check it out later, you can ask her more about that. And it's also going to be led by Luca. And then lastly, we've got our trip to Moorea in French Polynesia. There's only 2 spots left for this one, so if you're interested, get on that. And this is going to include daily science activities with baby sharks in the world's largest shark sanctuary. So it's all going to be really sick. And like I said, come chat to us. We can give you more information. And then we also have some extremely nerdy but extremely cool merch for you guys available on our website. So you can scan this QR code and it'll take you directly to our shop. And it ships internationally. And then just lastly, I want to say thank you to all of our previous collaborators in the past. And this could be you. Your name and your logo could be on this slide. So if you do want to get involved with us, please do reach out. Even if you just want to have a chat, make a friend, we're here for it. And lastly, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to Blue Resources Trust for putting this amazing conference together. It's my first conference and I'm blown away and will definitely be back in 4 years. And I just want to say personally, and I'm sure from everyone from the Finstitute, it's been a privilege to even just stand on this stage. And as the Finstitute being on the stage, it's been a dream come true. So thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can approach any one of us. We'll be happy to answer. Thank you. Oh, and contact us. There we go.
The session, and our first talk is by Elena Zanella, who's going to talk about scalloped hammerhead shark sanctuary in Golfo Duce.
Hello, thank you. I'm Elena. I'm the co-director and co-founder of Misión Tiburón, a Costa Rican organization. Okay, so Costa Rica is located in Central America. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Okay. Costa Rica is located in Central America, and Cocos Island is an oceanic island, 500 kilometers offshore to the mainland. It's very famous around the world for the high marine biodiversity and for the congregation of the scalloped hammerhead shark, Sphyrna lewini, a critically endangered species. So in the decade of 2010, all the conservation efforts for this species were focused in the oceanic islands like Cocos, Galapagos in Ecuador, Malpelo in Colombia. So we wanted to complement these efforts and start to identify nursery ground in the coast. So we started our project in Golfo Dulce, which is in the South Pacific of Costa Rica, with a high biodiversity, not only in terrestrial ecosystem, but also in marine ecosystems. However, the communities of the Gulf are one of the poorest communities in our country. So it's a great challenge for us to promote conservation with this social economic background. In 2010, we started our research project. We are analyzing fishing, artisanal fishery in the Gulf. Then we started shark tagging programs. And after many years of research, we finally technically identify a nursery ground for the species. And based in our data, the government of Costa Rica declared a shark sanctuary, which is a new model of governance for our country, which enabled the communities to be part of the protection. So since then, we signed an agreement with the government. We engage fishers in the restoration of mangrove ecosystems related to the nursery ground. We already have 60 hectares restored. Then we started to training women and to work in capacity building of vulnerable groups. We support formal education of girls in social risk. We train young people in conservation actions. Of course, we still work in the monitoring of the shark population. Actually, we already saw an increased tendency in the recovery of the population of the pups of the hammerhead shark. And also, we try to improve the control and protection programs, training officials of government institutions. So this is a project of 15 years, and as you can see, we have different components like habitat restoration, capacity building, empowerment of local leaders, and now the sanctuary and the hammerhead shark is a symbol of the Golfo Dulce community. Actually, now it's a logo, the Golfito, which is the main community in Golfo Dulce. So this is a long journey, but what I would like that you take home from our experience in Golfo Dulce is that sharks, if we want to save sharks, we need the people. But not only the traditional stakeholders like fishers, we really need to engage all the society in the protection and conservation of these species. Because at the end, each one of us make an impact in the population of the hammerhead shark. And we have to be aware about this and try to act with responsibility. At the end, we are all connected. So thank you very much for our supporters, especially the supporters of this last year. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Elena. We have time for one question. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next talk is by Amanda Arnold, who's going to talk about sharks, rays, and MPAs, evaluating protected area coverage across species ranges.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Arnold, and I'm from the Marine Biodiversity and Conservation Lab at Simon Fraser University, where I'm a PhD student. And today I'm going to be talking about sharks, rays, and their coverage globally by marine protected areas. As we all know, sharks are threatened. Over 1/3 of species are threatened with extinction, and the main reason for this is overfishing. One of the ways that we try to mitigate some of that risk is by creating marine protected areas. So much so that in 2021, 196 countries agreed to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. And a big part of that agreement is protecting areas that are important for biodiversity. So our question is, how does this global marine protected area coverage actually relate to current species range coverage? And we all know that the majority of our ocean is in the high seas, but the vast majority of our marine protected areas are within national waters. In fact, over 90% of our global marine protected areas are within national waters. So that's where I'm going to be focusing and where this talk will be focusing today. So how do we determine MPA coverage? We take a single species, like the silky shark here. We look at its IUCN Red List range distribution. And for the purposes of this demonstration, I'll zoom into where we are now. So if we're looking in the Indian Ocean, we can take the EEZs of the countries here, and we can crop our species range to those EEZs, so we're only getting the range within national waters that we're comparing against. And then we can overlay this with marine protected areas that are from the World Database of Protected Areas, or the WDPA, which I'll probably call it throughout this presentation. And these are the MPAs that we use as a benchmark for those 30 by 30 goals. So that's why we're using them here. And then we look at the overlap between these two things. So we look at where these MPAs are and where they overlap with our given species range. We then do this for 1,152 different species across 226 EEZ areas and over 4 MPA categories. No-take MPAs, part no-take MPAs, MPAs with take, and MPAs that aren't reported, so we're not sure what their coverage is. So, how many threatened sharks and rays do we think have 10% of their range within a no-take MPA? Only 6. So we have 3 vulnerable rays, sharks and rays, 3 endangered sharks and rays, and no critically endangered sharks or rays have more than 10% of their range in a no-take MPA. So let's zoom in on this a little further. When we look at the distribution of these species, I just want to note the scale of this. So this is a square root scale, so it really blows up that 1 to 10% there. So the purple line is our kind of benchmark of 10%, but you can see for critically endangered species, the vast majority fall below 1% coverage even. And each one of these individual little hash marks are a single species. So for example, this one, the farthest on the critically endangered distribution here is the white-finned swell shark, a small shark that lives off the southern coast of Australia. And we can see that this kind of trend is in endangered species, vulnerable species as well, are near threatened, and even our least concern and data deficient, the majority is below that 1% line. In fact, when we look at that 1%, only 24% of threatened sharks and 18% of threatened rays have more than 1% of their range in a no-take marine protected area. But you might be asking, what about those other MPA categories we talked about? Here we're only looking at no-take. We can also look at those as well. And we can see that there's a lot of unknown coverage. So these are the top protected species for each of our threatened categories. And you see a lot of gray space here. And that's all MPAs. We don't know what the coverage is according to the WDPA. So when we're looking at those global metrics and comparing them against this, we just don't know. Yeah, and you can see that there's some distribution of part no take and MPAs with take in here too. And even for species where we know the whole distribution, these MPAs are sometimes fragmented and have a lot of MPAs with take as well. In fact, only 38% of countries that report to the World Database of Protected Areas report any take status of MPAs at all. And this is really uneven. About 50% of our MPAs by area are not reported. So we have a lot of our large MPAs that have reported take status, but not a lot of the small ones. And so what are some steps that we can take towards covering these things better? We can monitor for biodiversity metrics within our spatial targets. We can require MPA submissions to include their take status to the WDPA. There's other variables that are required to be included to the WDPA, but take status just isn't one of them. And then we can promote biodiversity-driven decision-making when delineating MPAs for the future. And if you're interested in your own study species or own study region, I just want to plug my shiny app here. I have all the data, about 57,000 data points or over, that you can take a look at, and I'll just go through that really quickly. So for example, you could look up an individual species, like we looked at the silky shark earlier, so you can just start typing in the scientific name and click on what comes up, and then you're able to see all of the different coverage rates across the world for that species. You can also look by region. So if we're interested in the region we're in now, we could select those here. Say we only want to look at sharks, we can do that. And then we're interested in threatened species. And then you can kind of update that, and it'll give you the descriptive statistics for your species and individual species outputs for each one in the region. And that 100% is for whatever you've put in, whether it's a whole region, a sub-region, or an individual country. And then you can kind of scroll over to see individual status. And the important part of this is that you can also download all of this data in a CSV. It's open access, free to use, so please use it. I'd love to see what people come up with this kind of data regionally. Yeah, so here is the QR code for that Shiny app. And yeah, if you're interested in working with any of this data, please come talk to me. I'd love to see different applications. There's a few more things to explore on the app, but if you have any ideas for things that you want included, please talk to me about them. Yeah, I'll take questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Amanda. We have a couple of minutes for questions. Question there.
I guess, I don't know, Maite, were you first? Oh, this is fantastic work. So thank you so much for your presentation and for making it available to all of us. From what I understand, you're using the IUCN range maps to extract. Have you considered, as a potential next step, using species distribution models within those range maps?
Yeah, so we've looked at maybe using habitat, like constricted ranges next. The reason we're using the IUCN range maps right now is that we really want to be kind of evenly distributed across species. So we want all of the species to be included in this for that biodiversity metric. But yeah, we are considering other options as well.
Thank you. I think we have another question here as well. Yeah. Do you still have your mic?
I have just one question. It is like, have you included only exclusively marine protected areas, or protected areas that also included coastland or yeah, mainland? And thank you for the presentation. It's a really good app that I will definitely explore for it.
Yeah, so we're using any protected areas that have a marine component to them. We did exclude freshwater species that go into marine regions just because we think that's probably not a great estimation of their coverage. But yeah, for any marine species, even if it's a park that is partially marine, we're using that space.
Thank you, Amanda, very much. Let's give her another round of applause. But I'd like to call on Jordi Abad-Platas to present on acoustic tracking of endangered coastal sharks and rays across a network of MPAs in the Balearic Islands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Jordi. I'm a PhD student in my first year, and I'm going to talk about acoustic tracking across a network of MPAs in the Balearic Islands. First of all, the specific objective of our work is quantify the effect of MPAs on the conservation of the biodiversity of coastal elasmobrans. And this is possible thanks to the fact that in the Balearic Islands, Western Mediterranean, we got a huge and extensive MPA network, as you can see in the map in blue. And inside these MPAs and outside these MPAs, we can study the residence time of these species, the home range and habitat use, the species-specific biological rhythms of these animals, and the connectivity patterns among the MPAs and adjacent areas, and compare the level of protection between no-take zones versus no partial protection. The targeted species are most of the skates, eagle rays, and these species of the region, coastal species. And we got one targeted species of shark, the common smoothham shark. And we studied these species thanks to the collaboration with the fishing sector. Specifically with the artisanal fisheries that used trammel nets in this target season for cuttlefish or spiny lobster. They got a lot of bycatch of elasmobrans, as you know. And we are doing acoustic telemetry with acoustic transmitter We do internal surgeries to place the tag inside the animal. We use different sizes of tags depending on the size of the animal and the battery life that we want to have in this study. And we used always open protocol to stay connected with other arrays next to our region. And these tags transmit a codified unique signal that is detected by the receivers deployed under the water, and these receivers storage the information. Where are these receivers? The network of receivers in the Balearic Islands is surrounding most the island of Mallorca with 52 receivers there. And we have surrounded the Ibiza and Formentera region, and the next month we are going to surround the Menorca Islands. This network is strategically deployed to study species long term. Okay, the preliminary results that I bring to you today is some examples that we have by now. For the common stingray, here there is a Bacchus detection plot. At the bottom axis we got the time, and different colors are different MPAs or different zones where we got the receivers. And with this general information, we can obtain results like this. That is the seasons of the year at the bottom axis. And we got the proportion of days or the residence index. And as before, different colors, different MPAs, and with just 6 individuals of our sample, we can suggest seasonal residency or seasonal aggregation, maybe for reproductive objectives, by this species during the season of spring and summer. And if you take a look at the top middle female with blue bars, this individual suggests possibly site fidelity for the blue MPA. The rest of the year, she goes to the green MPA to the sexual aggregation and comes back to the blue MPA after that. For the space use preliminary results, I bring you, first of all, the example for the common smoothhound shark with a network analysis using the receivers as nodes. We can modelize the space use of this species and the distribution. And as you can see in the other map, these species are using the space between the MPAs outlined in blue, and more darker color, more probability utilization of the space. As the common smoothhound shark, we got the spiny butterfly ray as example of high mobility species. As you can see, more mobile than the shark before, and with the same information, with the network analysis, we can modelize the use again, and now it's translated with more uncertainty, use probability without having any spot that we could think that it's a hot spot for this species that is critically endangered in European waters. And to compare, I bring you 2 examples of less mobile species, the rogue skate and marbled torpedo ray. And in the map, you can see that they are using more the space inside the MPAs than the other species. With this information, we can obtain the core area, that is the 50% use probability of the space. And as I said before, these 2 species, the rogue skate and torpedo ray, has smallest core area than the others with high mobility ecology. But this small core area is correlated with more space use inside the MPA as gymnura altabella inside the MPA. But if we take a look inside the no-take zone, these two species remaining using this space a lot. And to end with another preliminary results, this is a special connectivity between MPAs, okay? We got the different MPAs, and different colors are different species, and in this flow movement plot, you can see how the different MPAs are connected by the different species. This suggests that the MPAs have to be considered as a network and as not isolated regions, just to protect and preserve these animals. And this is the first take-home message, okay? MPAs have to be considered as a network. The species-specific movement and seasonal pattern are essential to understand how the protected and non-protected area are used by these animals, and the long-term acoustic telemetry provide critical evidence to do an appropriate and adaptive management. I don't want to finish this talk without highlighting the importance of having a great team and create a very positive work environment. Thanks for your attention, and thanks to the amazing organization.
Thank you very much. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. No, there's one there.
Hi, very interesting talk. I was wondering, since you're looking at such critically endangered species, and you're looking at the time they spend outside the network, are you also looking at potential overlap with fisheries? Because that is a problem in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, thanks for the question, a good question. Yeah, we are going to work with that, because now I focus the results in the MPAs, but we, as you can see, the receivers are deployed around all the islands, and we are going to match the fishing effort to know if it's a collision with the ecology of these species. Thanks.
I have time for one more quick one. Well, there's one right there. Yeah.
Do you expect a lot of collision with the species, like based on what you know from, I don't know, Daly or stuff like that? Well, I mean, and fisheries, of course.
With the knowledge that we got already, we know that there are a lot of species that are being caught by the fishermen, but for example, for the butterfly ray, it's not a lot of impact to these species, just. But for the other species, there are a lot of cuts. Yeah.
Thank you very much once again. Another round of applause. And I'd like to introduce Breed O'Connor, who's going to be talking about predicting critical habitats with joint species distribution modeling to inform area-based management of elasmobranchs.
Hi everyone. So my name is Breed, and I'm really short, so I'm going to stand beside the podium instead of behind it. So to get straight into it, as we all know, nations have agreed to commit to protect 30% of the oceans by 2030. And while that would be a great improvement on what we have today, it is of course still just a third. So as such, we need to identify and prioritize critical habitats for the most vulnerable species. Unfortunately, for a lot of us in this room, we're working with pretty data-poor species. As such, we need spatial tools that integrate all of the data sources that we do have access to. And keeping that in mind, my goal was to predict critical habitats with joint species distribution modeling to inform the area-based management of chondrichthyes in the Northeast Atlantic. So for those of you unfamiliar with species distribution models, SDMs are a tool that try to understand the relationship between a species distribution and their environment. So in order to conduct an SDM, you need information on a species distribution and on its environmental parameters, specifically ones that you think are likely to influence its distribution. So things like temperature, salinity, pH, and dissolved oxygen content, for example. Then you'll provide that information to your model everywhere that you have a species, an individual present. You'll provide the environmental data, and your model will try to understand what kind of environmental conditions that species likes to be in. And once it has a picture of that, it will have a look around the map to try to find other areas that appear to be suitable. And it will suggest these are suitable habitats, these are areas in which the species might be found. Now, when you do this, your model is obviously limited to the data you provide it with, and you can never provide it with everything that affects a species distribution. So here you can see every vertical bar is a different species, and the y-axis refers to how much of the species distribution is explained by the parameters that you provided. And as you can see, every species has some unexplained variance. And that's where the joint aspect comes in. So a joint species distribution model is just a multi-species version of the regular SDM. It initially works the very same, where it tries to find that relationship between each individual species and their environment. And this is great if you have a decent amount of data. If you don't have that much, it's kind of hard for the model to figure out where that species likes to be. So say, for example, we have this chimera, and it's really rare. Your model will try its best to figure out where it likes to be, but you didn't give it that much data. But say if every time we have this chimera, we also have this shark, and this shark is really abundant. Your model can understand the shark's distribution a lot better, make the assumption that they probably like similar habitats, and pull a bit of that information to strengthen the chimera's prediction. Likewise, if every time you have a chimera, you do not have one of these more abundant rays, your model can assume that they don't like to be in the same areas, and pull a little bit of that to strengthen that rare chimera's prediction. And it does this for every pair of species within your model to try to fill in some of that unexplained variance. So that is the methodology that I used, and in the model that I'm presenting today, I modeled 105 species in the Northeast Atlantic. For my distribution data, I used scientific surveys as well as observer data from commercial fishing vessels. I used environmental data from Copernicus, and I ran a HMSC model. The area that I ran my models over generally correspond to the European Atlantic ISRA area, region 2. However, there are 124 ISRAs here, and I'm not even sure how many species, so I can't get into all of them today. So I'm just going to highlight some of the similarities and differences between my model and the ISRAs and their outputs. So this here is an example of one of the outputs of the nursehound, Silurinia stellaris. This is a heat map. So as it goes from blue through pink into yellow, we get the least to most suitable predicted habitats. As you can see, there's a lot of not super suitable, some kind of suitable, and some really suitable coastal habitats where we have ISRAs. So here in the south of the UK, in the Bristol Channel, that has been designated as a nursehound ISRA. And here in the north of Spain, you can see it overlaps really closely. Now, you might look at this and think that that's not exactly where it is, but if we zoom out, this was a really large area, and those are really tiny, precise ISRAs. You'll know if you're familiar with the process that the data needs to be regular and predictable and over multiple years, so they're really very specific. Whereas SDMs are broader habitat scale maps. Also, the input data into my model didn't include any coastal zones. It was all offshore scientific data. So the fact that the model was able to pick up these two little areas in here tells you that there was a pretty strong environmental signal for this species, which I think is pretty cool. But of course, there are times when the models are not great. So these are two examples of models that have like a lot of suitable habitat. So that's the spur dog and the spotted skate. They both have very suitable habitats within coastal zones, which is the case. It is a suitable habitat. They could be found. They are found in these areas, but not with enough data to be designated as an ISRA. So you can see there for the spiny dogfish around Scotland and the north of Ireland, there are a couple of ISRAs. You probably can't see the spotted skate one. It's right down there, really tiny and precise. And now for species like this, where we have a lot of data and the model can see that like there's a lot of suitable habitat, these are not that beneficial. But for species where we really don't have that understanding, that's really where the models have their strength. So here are two examples of SDM outputs for species that have not been designated as ISRAs within the European Atlantic region. That's the black dogfish on the left and the white ghost cat shark on the right. As you can see, for the black dogfish, it predicts the offshore very deep waters, and for the white ghost cat shark, it predicts kind of predominantly along the continental shelf. And when you think about it, this is helpful information. If you were told to go out into the ocean and find those species, that's a really big area. And a model like this can help you narrow it down a little bit because we all have limited resources and time. So what is the take-home message? So I would say that it's important that we need to use multiple approaches to provide a holistic understanding of elasmobranch spatial ecology. Make sure that your methods are appropriate for the data you have available to you, but also for the spatial scale that you're looking at. It's not really feasible to go to every little part of the ocean to see exactly what's going on there. And I think that's where these kind of models can really complement something like the ISRA process. So if I had unlimited data and resources, what I would do is try to collect data from as many sources as I could, and then use that directly for evidence-based designations, such as the ISRAs, to identify the critical habitats. But for those rarer species, I would conduct some form of modeling, some joint SDMs or individual SDMs if you need to. And then I would go and survey those SDM predicted areas to identify those critical habitats. And with that, I would like to thank my supervisors. I'm submitting my thesis next month, and they have been wonderful over the last 4 years. Also, thank you to Rima and the ISRA team for taking on this really ambitious and important project. And of course, thank you to my funders. And thank you all for listening. I think we have time for a question.
Thank you, Bree. Do we have a question? Yes, please.
Thanks. That's a great talk. I just have a quick question on how you use different species on developing the habitat model, because this is new for me for the GSADM. I mean, how you use that as a predictor, or how you treat that a species? Because if predictor, that be continuous or categorical, right?
Yeah, so I think an important thing to consider when doing joint SDMs is that they show species co-occurrences, but they don't show you what that relationship is. So there's no way to account for whether they're predating on one another, or whether they mightn't be interacting at all. They just might have the same habitat requirements. So that's not something that's currently accountable in this model. And it's important to not kind of jump ahead and make those assumptions, because these models really don't tell you that, unfortunately. It would be cool.
Thank you very much, Bree. That's all the time we have for this. And the next presentation is by Emiliano García-Rodríguez, who's going to talk about enhancing conservation outcomes in ISRAs through a portfolio of fisheries management measures.
Hi all. You might have heard about the ISRA project. I really hope you have, because we're almost done with it. What we've basically been doing since 2022 is identifying important habitats for shark rays and chimeras based on 4 ISRA criteria that encompasses all the life history traits of these species. So far, we have identified almost 1,000 ISRAs across 10 regions assessed. We're currently finalizing the assessment of the Northeast Pacific and the Western Atlantic and Caribbean, and only the African Atlantic will be left, which means that we have assessed more than 80% of the marine waters of the world. And almost 1.5% are delineated as ISRAs across more than 100 jurisdictions. ISRAs can be really small, could be smaller than 1 square kilometers, or could be larger than 1 million of square kilometers, which really reflects the differences in the life history cycles of these species. We have included as qualifying species more than 1/3 of the known constriction species in the world, and of course this could have not been possible without the help of more than 1,400 contributors around the world, and it's great that I've seen a lot of them in this meeting. We have seen that the global frameworks that we have, like the 3x3 movement and the BBNJ agreement, pose an opportunity to incorporate these important habitats into area-based management, because as we have seen, the progress of MPA delineation is not as fast as we would like. We're still under the 10% target. And if you have been on this room, you just saw that MPAs are not overlapping with these important habitats. And we have seen this across all the region that we have assessed. And even where this overlap exists with MPAs, and even if these are not takes, the positive outcomes are not guaranteed, as it depends on implementation and enforcement. And we have seen that, at least for reef sharks, a good combo to secure the conservation benefits are a mix between MPA delineation and fisheries management. And the MPA delineation is hard, but it's a more straightforward process. But we think about how can we incorporate fisheries management into these issues to secure the protection of these species. And for this, we're trying to create a portfolio of management tools that include input tools, which are related on the way we're conducting fishing, and output tools that are related to how much can we fish of each species. And for this, we use 16 ISRAs as case studies around the world that include all the ISRA criteria, different qualifying species that are overlapping or not with MPAs, and where currently there are some fishery management tools put into place. You can complain me if I'm not including your ISRA here, because for time constraints I cannot include all of them, so I'm going to present only a few case studies. Okay, they didn't update my talk, but okay. So we have first Navidad Bay ISRA, that is a small area delineated in the Mexican Pacific. This area was identified as important for threatened and range-restricted species that use the area for feeding and reproduction. We have 8 batoys that use the area for feeding, and the scallop hammerhead, which is the area for reproduction. We have a large number of neonates at young of the year that are being incidentally caught during fisheries targeting snapper, groupers, and black snook. We don't have MPAs inside this ISRA, but there are some management tools put into action. These fisheries are regulated. For example, we have a minimum size for the mesh that are used to target these fisheries, but this is not enforced. And the early life stages of scallop hammerheads are being caught with gill nets with a mesh size smaller than what is allowed. So in this case, we only need to enforce these regulations to secure that these early life stages are protected. In addition, there's a ban on targeting elasmobranch in a 2.5 kilometers stretch in front of a river's mouth in there, but it is only for targeted species of elasmobranch. So if we expanded this to bycatch, then almost 85% of the ISRA polygon will be protected in some way. Another example that I would like to highlight is the Southern Algarvian Slope in Portugal. This is a subsurface ISRA, which means that it doesn't go to the surface. It goes from 200 to 800 meters. And it was designated for threatened and range-restricted species. That is the area, again, for feeding and reproduction. And this is a diversity area, which means that we have a lot of deep water species using it. We have sharks, rays, and chimeras. Again, no MPAs inside the area, but current management actions, like the European Union has banned trolls in waters deeper than 800 meters, which is not really useful for this area because of the depth range of it. So if we can extend it, it could be a proposal to extend it to 600, to waters deeper than 600 meters. We will also protect most of this polygon, which is not, again, something new. There are already some specific locations beside this polygon where this depth range has been banned for trolling. The last example that I would like to talk about is a successful story, Rapaiti ISRA in the French Polynesia, a small area that is important for undefined aggregation of one carcharodonid, and where there are, again, no MPAs delineated inside of it, but we have a successful community-driven management due to cultural values of original communities in the area. They decided to stop fishing for sharks since the 80s, and it has been enforced, it's been successful, but it's not included in any official framework, which means that it's not counting for global targets, but it also implies that it can also be easily reported if something changed, like we have seen that has happened in a lot of places in the world. So an action could be officialized. So basically, we're expanding this to include it for all the issues and try to see which patterns we can find to propose solution across this portfolio of management tools. But the key take message is that even if a lot of us, I'm included, we're trying to push for MPA creations to take advantage of these targets that we have to meet, MPAs are not the only solution to protect the critical habitats for constrictions. And we don't need to necessarily find any new solutions. There are already measures put into action that are not enforced, and that will be really useful to secure the conservation benefits for constrictions. And what we have seen across all these 4 years, and you have seen it mentioned by all the keynote speakers, is that collaboration is key to secure the conservation of these species. And if we're not including we have seen that the success comes from including fishing communities interacting with these species. So happy, thanks to Sharks International for hosting this amazing conference, to Shark Conservation Fund for funding this project, and happy of not answering any question, but I will.
But you have time for questions.
Thank you.
There's a question from Andrew. Yeah.
Great talk, and you know I'm a fan. Like, this is a great project. I've always been curious, like, now that you're getting to the end, and the end will come, what's next in terms of engaging the decision makers? I mean, you can't engage everyone at the same time. Have you got thoughts about what the process is going to be, what sort of toolkits you might create, who you start targeting, because 2030 is just around the corner?
Thanks, Andrew. Like, yeah, we've been thinking about that, and even if it goes beyond the project, it's already happening. Like, all of you are using ISRAS to push for MPA creation, for any type of protections. Like, you don't have to wait for us to do it, you're already doing it, and it's great. I have seen a lot of talks this week that are already using ISRAS for implementation.
One more question? No? Well, thank you very much, Emiliano.
Thank you.
And before coffee break, we have one speed talk still for this session from V.N.Namamuni on chasing a moving ocean. I need to bring down the slides from the back. Can I ask the technicians, please, to bring the slides for this presentation?
All right. Good afternoon, all of you. So, what if we've been looking at shark movements through the wrong lens? Now, not to be offensive, but now we track temperature, map oceans, and build detailed ocean modules. But what if sharks aren't following any of these things directly? What if they're after something patchy and something that we miss? Okay, moving to the topic, something shifting, alive, and something which we miss in the scale that we usually work with. Prey. Because in a changing ocean, temperature may set the stage, but prey determines where the action actually is. This gives rise to a simple question: are sharks truly responding to temperature directly, or are they tracking prey distribution mediated by this? In this talk, I propose that shark migration is not driven by temperature alone, but indirectly shaped through its effect on prey distribution. In order to bring this topic, I analyzed like dozen of research papers and reviewed the papers in order to bring satellite tracking data and other data related to the field and incorporating it with commonly used environmental proxies such as chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature in order, and also comparing the data with habitat use and foraging behavior. And while doing this, one thing constantly appears. Sharks are often associated with dynamic ocean fronts, such as eddy boundaries, thermal fronts, and also the high productive regions. But also the next fact is these regions are also the regions where prey tend to aggregate. So what we often get as a thermal-driven signal is more likely to be something that is driven by prey distribution and food availability instead. And also, this becomes clearer when we look at the tracking data because, for an example, taking tiger shark movement along eastern Australian region, they were moving across temperate, tropical, and subtropical regions. So these movements, they were broad. They were across broad ranges without being restricted to like narrow thermal ranges. So which actually shows that this broad change. I'm sorry. So these movements were quite broad, and as well as they were along. Okay. And they were aligning with seasonal habitat use and shifting ecological conditions. So they are not simply following temperature, but they were moving with it, likely tracking the resources in it. And this highlights an important gap in how we interpret this movement data. While we often use temperature and productivity as direct evidence for shark movement, but that may actually represent the potential food web underneath. And yes, we are very good at describing the patterns like shark and temperature, shark and productivity, but do we actually capture the link in between? Like the link of temperature, prey, and then sharks? Because this part is like mostly assumed rather than explicitly resolved. So, and also another issue is how we measure productivity. We often use chlorophyll A as a measurement of productivity, but the truth is it actually represents the energy in the system rather than the accessible prey in space and time. So yes, temperature influences the prey indirectly by shaping productivity, ocean structure, and habitat conditions. So while proxies like temperature, chlorophyll A remain incredibly useful, we need to be careful in how we interpret them because what we often treat as a direct thermal indicator may be coming from trophic levels instead. So finally, in a changing ocean, if we want to know where sharks are going, we might need to look beyond temperature and start following the movement of life beneath the surface. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Vineet.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Emiliano said if I went over time, he's going to come and rugby tackle me off the stage, so you have that to look forward to if that happens. But yes, I am a social scientist, and it has made me so incredibly happy to see how integrated the social sciences have been at Sharks International. And I'm very lucky that there have been so many incredible talks that have come before mine that have really set the scene for my talk. So hopefully, we should know that some important things are to engage fishers in our research and in our conservation measures, and also the participation and inclusion of fishers and different communities. However, that's not the full story. How we do this also really matters, because no process is created equal. And what I really want to talk to you about today is the importance of considering equity in area-based management, in our planning and in our implementation. And in a very, very basic sense, equity is the right and fair treatment of people, including the processes, application, and outcomes of a public policy or organizational practice. And this is a huge, broad term that means lots of different things and covers lots of different areas. But luckily, there are many, many clever people who have already further defined this concept. One such clever person is Nathan Bennett, who in 2022 applied the literature on equity and governance to the marine space. And he splits equity into 6 different dimensions, but because I only have 10 minutes, I'm only going to go into 3 of them today. So we have our recognitional equity, which is the acknowledgement and inclusion of local rights, values, different visions, different knowledge systems, their needs and livelihoods. We also have distributional equity, which is fairness in how costs and burdens are allocated between different groups. And we also have procedural equity, which kind of goes more into principles of good governance, so things like inclusiveness, participation, and transparency. And we know, so this is kind of more about, rather than the what and the why, it's the how we're doing things and who is included in that. And we know that if these aspects are overlooked, they can lead to pretty negative consequences for our initiatives and our measures. So for example, if someone feels that a process is inequitable and unjust, they may oppose that process or have hostile feelings towards it. We also know it can cause non-compliance with certain measures and legislation, and it can cause failure of the conservation measure or intervention completely. However, we know all of this, we talk about it a lot in the literature, and we also talk about it a lot in conferences like this, but the main problem is that there still lacks practical application of assessments of equity and governance in practice. And the main reason for that is because simply these are really complicated aspects. It usually takes time to figure these things out, to disentangle these components, and also simply because sometimes we have to use qualitative methodologies and gain qualitative data that don't always create the nice, shiny infographics that governments like. And so I wanted to see if I could apply this in my own country. So if you would allow me to take you away from the lovely, hot, tropical climate of Sri Lanka to the much colder, windier, and wetter climate of Scotland. And for those of you who haven't been, we are an ocean nation. So the area of our territorial seas is 6 times that of our land area. And because of that, we are a nation that is very connected to our oceans. We have a very active and significant inshore fishing fleet. So we have around 2,000 vessels. And the vast majority of them are small scale, so 10 meters or under. They are family owned, and these are boats that go out from the same harbor every day and come back at night. They are usually, or the majority of our vessels are pot fishermen, so this means they put pots down on the seafloor to catch things like crab or lobster. And we also do have a very small percentage which are trawlers and dredgers, mainly fishing for a type of prawn called a nephrops. But we are also home to a lot of biodiversity. I know a lot of you are maybe thinking Scotland is very cold and grey, why would anything live there? But we actually do have quite a lot of biodiversity, so over 6,000 species, and that includes threatened species of shark and ray, including the 2nd largest species of shark in the world, the basking shark, and also the critically endangered flapper skate. And to protect this biodiversity, we already have a pretty extensive marine protected area network. So around 233 sites designated for nature conservation, which equates to 37% coverage. So yay, we've already smashed our 30 by 30 target. And 4 of these marine protected areas are specifically designated for sharks. So we have 1 for basking shark, 2 for flapper skate, and 1 for deep sea species as well. So fantastic, right? What are the problems here? But I'm sure you can see where this is going. A lot of these MPAs are actually paper parks. So fishing is allowed in the vast majority of them, and that includes trawling and dredging, which is allowed in around 60%. And although we don't actually have much in the way of shark fisheries in Scotland, this does cause issues for elasmobranchs. So entanglement for one, basking sharks in particular get entangled in the lines from the pots that lead up to the surface. And then also we have issues with bycatch, particularly for flapper skate and dogfish, destruction of nursery grounds, and also there is quite a popular sport fishing. There's a popular sector for sport fishing, particularly around Flapper Skate and the Poor Beagle. And so following criticism from the kind of lack of protective measures within these MPAs, Scottish Government announced in 2023 its intention to increase protection in existing MPAs, so strengthen our inshore fisheries management measures, and also introduce no-take zones in 10% of Scottish seas. And if I can very briefly go into what the reaction to that was, it looked something like this. So there was huge worry and opposition, especially from fishers, but also from coastal communities. And Scottish Government had put out a public consultation, and 4,000 responses came back. 76% of them were opposed, and 20% had support for new measures. And when we looked at the kind of narratives around this opposition, there was a lot of talk about, there was a lot of talk about kind of unfairness and injustice. And so I kind of wanted to investigate this. And so what I did is I traveled around the country, I interviewed 60 fishermen, and I structured my questions kind of mainly around those dimensions of equity that we were talking about earlier. And when we looked at overall perspectives to marine protected areas, we can see that 83% were actually in support of protecting our seas. So a lot of them said that their livelihoods depend on sustainable, healthy oceans. 32% actually felt that current measures were not adequate to protect the environment, and 77% actually supported stronger fisheries management measures. So the question is, why on earth were they so opposed when these measures were actually being proposed by Scottish Government? I'm just going to move past this a little bit. And when we come to our dimensions of equity here, so this graph looks a little bit complicated, but basically all it is we have our distributional equity at the top, procedural equity in the middle, and recognitional equity at the bottom. And this is just generally how our fishers responded when we asked them questions related to these areas. And green is positive, yellow is neutral, and red is negative. And you can see we're very much skewed towards the negative here. So when we go further into distributional equity, we can see that 77% said they had experienced no benefits or very little benefits from the MPAs that already existed. However, 87% were extremely worried that future measures would disproportionately impact the sector, and that's because these small vessels can't actually move elsewhere, so if an area is close to them, they can't go and fish elsewhere. It's just impossible. They would lose their livelihood. And then we get into inclusion and engagement. So outstanding 93.3% of our fishers said that they felt decisions were made without adequate involvement of fishers. Thank you. Their knowledge and experience was underutilized or not recognized, and there was a lack of transparency about what these marine protected areas were put in place for and the measures that were actually there. And further, even though participatory processes were put in place, they were not effective. So they were either seen as inaccessible, held at the wrong time, in the wrong place, lacking, or there was very little incentives for the fishers to go into that room. And it resulted in 88% lacking trust in the entire process and the people leading that process. And that is the reason why they were opposing those measures. So in conclusion, process very much matters. It isn't just the what and the why, but the how and who is involved in that process. And a bad process can definitely have legacy impacts in the future. It can affect how people will react to future processes. I'm coming to the end. I can see you twitching. Also, assessments of equity and governance need to really be built into marine spatial planning from the beginning, so we can identify these potential areas of conflict to address before protected areas are designed and implemented. And lastly, nothing happens in a vacuum. We are humans, we are complicated, we hold on to history, we hold on to emotion. And so things that have happened in the past, if a process has been poor in the past, that can then affect how people will respond in the future. So it's very important to understand the history and socio-political context in which the area-based management is being put in place. And with that, I'll say thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayla. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions, but you can reach to Ayla later.
So now we're welcoming Georgios Papageorgiou, who's going to present on temporal trends and drivers of elasmobranch branch abundance in and around MPAs in the Dutch Caribbean.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here in my first ever conference. And I'd like to talk to you about a really positive story from the Dutch Caribbean. You see I slightly changed my title over there. So for those of you that don't know, the Dutch Caribbean includes 6 islands, 3 of which are in the northern end of the Lesser Antilles, and 3 of which are off the coast of Venezuela. And today we'll focus on 4 of them. We'll focus on Curaçao, Ceiba, Statia, and St. Martin, which is actually split between a Dutch side, a French side. And well, around these areas, we have various measures of protection. And when we look at no-take MPAs specifically, we see that in Ceiba and Statia, we have a few really small MPAs, less than 4 square kilometers. And around St. Martin, we have a couple bigger ones. And in Curaçao, we only have a 2-kilometer coastline MPA that just extends 100 meters away from the shore. Now, there's also regional measures. There is a big sanctuary that got established in 2015 in the EEZs of Ceiba and Statia, and where obviously shark fishing is prohibited. And in St. Martin, even though St. Martin is not included in the sanctuary, we had a moratorium, illegal fishing of sharks between 2012 and 2021. Now, prior to 2012, we had no idea about sharks and rays in these areas. We only had anecdotal information. And it was only between 2012 and 2016 when we first did a baseline study with Browse to determine abundances. And last year, as part of my master's project, and with the help of Global Finprint, we resampled the same areas around these islands to basically make some temporal comparisons. And we had almost 1,000 Browse deployments in this data set between 0 and 60 meters, so we're looking at reef sharks and rays. And they were in various habitats inside and outside MPAs. And what did we find? Well, I was really happy to see those results. We actually, if we pool all shark species together, we find out that they increased 2.5-fold, while rays almost doubled. And that's the same pattern if you look at species specific. Now, in the Caribbean, we usually don't have as much diversity in reef sharks. We only found 9 species, 3 of which dominated the assemblages. And those were the Caribbean reef shark, the nurse shark, and the southern stingray. And all of those actually increased. There was no pattern of decrease in any of the species. Yes, but of course there was local variation, and we saw the biggest increases in Ceiba and Statia, small islands. And unfortunately, Curaçao, where I actually live right now, the abundance remained really low. Now, I'm not going to cover this today, but if you want to know why and what's the situation there, you can come find me and we can chat about it. Now, we fitted some GLMs and some mixed models to those data, and while there's many factors that affect abundance measured with MaxN, like habitat complexity, depth, and other environmental variables, I would just like to focus a little bit on protection status here. And basically what we see is not an effect of those MPAs, not entirely surprising. Rays increase basically the same in and around MPAs, whereas sharks, whereas in round 1, they were much more abundant inside those protected areas, the no-take protected areas, this difference was eliminated pretty much. And of course, it doesn't mean that the MPAs do not affect the population at all, but they're clearly not associated with higher abundances. And obviously, the question to ask is why? You saw already that some of these MPAs are extremely small. For these specific species, the suggestion is basically 50 kilometers squared for MPAs. And on another note, having an MPA and no-take MPA does not eliminate all human pressures. There's also non-extractive pressures, like diving, and sometimes these pressures are even stronger inside no-take MPAs because they're designed based on the pristine nature of reefs. And actually, in a recent paper we put out, we found out that diving activity has a really strong negative relationship with reef shark abundance. It didn't quite affect rays, but it did affect the species of sharks we see in these waters. And then the question is, so what drove this recovery? And obviously the sanctuary that I showed you before played a big role, and this was established in 2015, which is right between our 2 sampling rounds, the data set. So we can make a nice comparison before and after. And well, the sanctuary was established in Ceiba and Stasia, where we see the biggest increase, pretty much. But as you've seen from many talks today, a sanctuary does not automatically mean that there's no shark fishing. And well, actually in these areas, there's no targeted fisheries, but we do have consumption and sharks are being sold, also discarded, and there is also sport fishing. And this is where work with kind of local communities comes in, and we all say that we need to include local communities, but here we actually have, and it has worked. So I'll take the example of Ceiba, where basically the fishermen's cooperative is being actively involved in management. Now, in that island, there's a lot of lobster trap fishing, and nurse sharks, for example, get really caught inside these traps. And we're seeing a pattern of people releasing more and more sharks. They're involved in management, and a lot of boats are actually filling out questionnaires every time they come out from fishing of what was in their traps, what did they release, what died. And well, where are we going with this? Basically, would like to keep monitoring. There's some stuff happening in places like Ceiba with telemetry and continuous BRAV work. And the thing is, we've seen that recovery is possible, right? It just needs layered management and not just MPAs. And we have an opportunity to address that in Curaçao and St. Martin, where we didn't see such big increase. We're in talks to expand the Yarari Sanctuary to St. Martin and Curaçao. Curaçao has really low abundances of reef sharks, whereas St. Martin, their moratorium, their illegal fishing, stopped in 2021. And actually I've been receiving quite a lot of pictures lately of Caribbean reef sharks being caught by fishermen. And well, essentially we have a recipe for success based on what we see in Ceiba and Stasia. And what we need to do is also try that in the other islands. It's not going to be as easy because they're bigger islands with more tourism and they're not as remote, but that's where we need to start with. And yes, I'd like to thank all of our partners and everyone involved in field work and countless hours of watching BRAS videos. And if you have any questions, you can let me know.
We have time for a question, if anyone has it. No? Okay, so thanks a lot, Georgios.
Thank you very much.
We're going to continue with Serena Adam, who's going to present about sharks and rays in Saba, our marine protected areas living up to their promise.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serena. I'm from Malaysia, and today I'll be speaking to you our protected areas living up to their promises. So, as many of you have known, there was this global finprint study. It was the first largest reef shark population study across, I think, 58 nations, and they've studied across 300 reef sites. And the study has found widespread global declines of reef shark population. And where these areas shark declines, or where we see abundances of shark declines, rays comes into play or dominate this reef area. And for Malaysia, we see the same. Only a fraction, or 14% of the site that we survey, had sharks. And so in the phase 2 of the Global Finprint Survey, which was concluded in 2025, it's a follow-up survey to see if MPAs are working for sharks, are we seeing recovery, or no changes. And so this is the study that I'll be presenting, just a snapshot of a preliminary study that we've gotten from the Finprint. And so the Finprint study uses BRAVs, or the Baited Underwater Video Stations method. Is a least invasive method to study abundances of reef sharks or rays. MaxN was used as a conservative abundance index to assess population. This is the structure that we use. We've studied 2 sites, or these 2 sites were resampled across 2 different time periods. And in each site, we had fishing and non-fishing areas so as to allow us to compare if there were any differences of abundance. This is the north of Sabah and South Sempurna. They're located at the north of Borneo Islands. And I also like to give a little bit context where these areas are. So in the South Semporna, we have Sipadan Island. Some of you may have known, this is one of the most popular scuba diving sites. It is a fully protected area. It was gazetted in the early 2000s. It is also an important shark-in area for several species. And it also has a very interesting reef structure or reef system where the reef slope drops up to 1,000 meters, so we have a lot of pelagic species. And then we have Mabul-Kapalai. This is not an area protected. Fishings are allowed. There's a lot of local communities that live on this island, and there's also infrastructure to support mass tourism. And then you have north of Sabah, where I work mostly. It's known as Tun Mustafa Park, or in short, TMP. It's the second largest marine protected area in Malaysia, and it's a little bit unique because it has areas designated for fishing and non-fishing. And that's why we call it TMP open and TMP close. Open for fishing, close from fishing. And it's also an ISRA area for 2 species. So right into the result. These are the ray species that we found in our browse. It's mostly dominated by the small stingrays, the blue spotted mask ray, and as well as the ribbon-tail rays. However, at present, based on the recent survey, we've seen no large stingrays present in any of the browse. So this is a bit concerning. And for the sharks, we had 4 species: the white tip, the gray reef, the hammerhead shark, as well as the gray reef shark. Thankfully, at present, we see all of them with the addition of bamboo sharks. They're cute. And so what we wanted to see as the initial analysis is if management effect had any differences at all or influence over the abundance of shark and ray group, as well as if we do see any difference between different time periods. And so in South Semporna, where Sipadan and Mabul-Kapalai is, we do see a significant difference between management, but not different time periods. In non-fishing area, the orange box plot, we see a consistent increase or the consistent higher abundance of sharks. Whereas in fishing areas, we see no sharks and increase of rays, and this is quite consistent with the past study. When sharks go away, rays come to play. And so these differences are a little bit expected, and we think that it's not just because of management effect that shows us these inferences, but also the ecological differences between the reef system in Sipadan and Mabul-Kapalai. And although we see that the shark abundance have relatively maintained stable across different periods of time, at a species level, when we look at species level, we do see some notable differences. The gray reef sharks at present, we see an increase. However, for the white-tip reef shark, we've seen a decline. Now, we don't know what's going on. We don't know why we're seeing a decline of the white-tip reef sharks, and this actually warrants more investigation. And this is important because 2 of the species group play very different ecological roles. And so what we've seen in South Semporna between Sipadan and Mabul-Kapalai is that stronger protection, high enforcement, and with fishing exclusion is strongly associated with higher shark abundances. And so even though we see this pattern, we were expecting to see that in TMP, however, the results are different. So where TMP is between fishing and non-fishing, there were no significant differences. In fact, we see no sharks at all in non-fishing areas, and this is probably because there is lower enforcement or perhaps fishing activities still is prevalent in non-fishing areas or in areas where fishings are not allowed. And so the only present period for the ray group shows significant difference. So what this tells us is that this requires very urgent intervention. We see no rays. This is a huge sign that sharks have significantly declined or overfished in TMP. And this is the reason why over the last few years, there were notable evidence from different sources of information, such as landings, fishes interview. We've already seen a decline in some of these patterns. And so what we did in the past few years, we've introduced bycatch mitigation initiative within the fisheries, specifically the small-scale fisheries, and we've been introducing live release as one solution to reduce fishing mortality for sharks and rays. And to also ensure that there is a long-term plan for sharks in TMP, we've been working, designing an action plan, or known as a spatial action plan, for 3 species. The aim is to recover species population within TMP. 10 years is probably not enough, but we'll see how it goes. This is not finalized. This is still at the stages where we need to still share this with the stakeholders, as well as socializing with the local communities. The action plan consists of habitat protection, reducing fishing pressure, as well as increasing enforcement in some of these areas. And so the key takeaway is not all MPAs are the same. Some MPAs may work for shark, some MPAs does not. The level of capacity and as well as the enforcement levels may be different, so we need to treat each MPAs very differently. Continuous monitoring is very important if we want to understand if the MPAs are effective for shark species or even species-specific level. As well as an integrated strategy and ecosystem-based approach are very important, especially when you're working in an area where thousands of people rely on the marine resources. And I also like to share this guide. This guide has been really useful in designing our action plan. I believe 2 of the authors are here in the conference, Cassie Rigby and Colin Simpfendorfer. This is very useful in terms of identifying critical habitats and designing MPAs for sharks and rays. I'd like to thank funders, supporters, collaborators who have made this possible. We've been working long-term in these areas, and we hope to see a recovery of sharks in this area. Thank you so much.
We have time for a few questions. One over there.
How long did you conduct the study for when you were doing the BRUVs?
Oh, okay. So we had 2 different time periods. So in the past, it was 2015 and 2017 to 2022. So it was a bit sporadic. We were opportunistically sampling some of this area. And then in present, it was just over 2025. And that was only a period of time. And we resampled those areas in the same month or the same season.
We have time for another quick one over there.
Hi, Serena. This is really cool work. One day, I hope to get the super done. I'm just curious, have you got any thoughts or plans about also doing some social and economic monitoring regarding the MPAs as well, in terms of levels of acceptance, levels of support, changing attitudes towards it? I mean, as you know, compliance is a complicated thing.
That's a good question, Andrew. Thank you. Specific study on that, no. But when we did the bycatch mitigation initiative, it does include, we do monitor acceptance level, whether they want to do it or not. So not so much of compliance, because compliance comes from enforcement and monitoring. And so yes, it's true, we do need to have compliance level to see across the year if that has an effect.
Okay, thanks, Serena.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna move up with Ciaran A Hyde. He's gonna talk about us on the representation of irreplaceable and vulnerable ray biodiversity in Australian not-take marine protected areas.
Emiliano, it's a mouthful. I've just realized that now, so thank you for saying that. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Ciaran A Hyde, and as Emiliano said, I'm going to be talking about underrepresentation, I'll shorten it, of rays in marine protected areas. So Australia supports one of the highest diversities of rays in the world. So we have 132 species in Australian waters, and this equates to about 20% of all global ray species. Of these, 55% are endemic, which means they're found nowhere else in the world. And this endemism has largely been driven by geographic isolation, And that geographic isolation has also meant that Australian waters also act as a stronghold or a refuge for many critically endangered rays that are found in our waters that are threatened elsewhere in the world. Additionally, over 50% of Australia's waters are protected in marine protected areas, which exceeds the 30 by 30 target. But of these, as you can see, many of them are offshore in Commonwealth waters, and that's usually outside of where many of our ray species occur. Additionally, only a small percentage of these are no-take marine protected areas. As you can see by state in each jurisdiction, the highest there is Queensland at 13.9 if you go all the way down to the Northern Territory, which has 0 no-take marine protected areas. So what does this mean for some of our rays? So we do have irreplaceable and vulnerable rays in our waters. Irreplaceable just refers to those species that are endemic, which means they're found nowhere else in the world. And also the vulnerable rays, we have them at the globally threatened rays and also regionally threatened rays. So basically these rays rely on Australian waters as a critical refuge, and if we lose them from our waters, there's not real populations outside that can sustain them. So what we wanted to look at was how Australia's no-take MPA network actually covers or supports our species of rays. And we did this by looking at the species richness and then identifying different hotspots at 5 biodiversity levels. So this was looking at total and then all of our irreplaceable and then our vulnerable rays to see where we could be putting, till we see where the overlap with marine protected areas are and how we can prioritise these areas for greater protection. So when we looked at the species richness of overall diversity, there was definitely a high concentration of rays occurring in the northern part of Australia. This coincides with the shallower continental shelf waters as well as warmer waters. But when looking at the irreplaceable ray biodiversity, that's our endemic species predominantly, we found that there was more of them towards the southern region of Australia in cooler waters. This identified 2 different sets of hotspots. So for our overall biodiversity, we had the concentration of those hotspots in the northern regions of Australia and then down in the southern regions of Australia for irreplaceable. And of those, when we overlapped them with no-take marine protected areas, we found that up to 75% of the overall biodiversity areas were unprotected in no-take marine protected areas, and 67% of the irreplaceable were unprotected or had inadequate protection. When we looked at the globally and the regionally vulnerable species, as well as those species that are both irreplaceable and vulnerable, so threatened endemics, we saw a similar spread that we did with the overall biodiversity. So up towards the northern regions of Australia, we were getting a higher species richness. When we took out any of the species that were considered safe in Australia, so a lot of those rhino rays, that spread all of the species richness down into the eastern states, and then down into the southern states is where we had more of our irreplaceable and vulnerable biodiversity. So again, this was reflected in our identifications of our hotspots. So we had more of those vulnerable hotspots around the northern parts of Australia, and then down around the south of Australia is where we saw more irreplaceable and vulnerable species hotspots. As you can see, up around the northern end of Australia, Northern Territory, with those 0 no-take marine protected areas, that means quite a few of those hotspots up there are currently unprotected in any of the no-take marine protected areas, and there was quite low coverage across the rest of the hotspots that we identified as well. When we put all of this together and overlapped it, so we had a look at where there was multiple converging biodiversity features, we identified different levels. So we had our high priority areas, which is where more than 3 biodiversity factors occurred, our priority areas, which is where we had 2, and then obviously the hotspots that we had identified. When we looked at how the Australian no-take marine protected areas covered those, we found that out of all of those high priority areas, 90% were inadequately or not protected at all. 80% of the priority areas had less than 1% or 0, so we only had the one on the east coast. And that was all over. We had 60% of our hotspots that we identified, around 60% of those were inadequately protected. So what does this mean for the rays? So basically up in those northern areas of Australia, we had the high priority areas in Northern Territory that had 0 no-take marine protected area coverage. And that is just putting a lot of our species like the rhino rays at risk of losses, or they don't have sufficient refuge in order to be able to withstand the pressures that they are currently seeing. Because those regions are also quite close to the Arafura Sea, where there is a lot of illegal ray fishery occurring, it does place a lot of pressure on those species, which is why there needs to be a better concentration of no-take marine protected areas around the northern end of Australia. Similarly, down in the south, we've got the HPA 10, which we identified in the Macquarie Harbour, which is also where up to 11 other species occurred. And this is a highly degraded aquaculture area where the Maugean skate occurs. It's the only place that it occurs in the world. And that is currently completely unprotected. There's no habitat protection there. While the species is protected on the Australian legislation, there is no sort of measures in place to ensure that its habitat is actually protected, and there is no catch limits down there as well. If we went to the one high priority area that did have a degree of protection, we do see that if we looked at it at a closer scale, a lot of those marine protected areas within that Moreton Bay Marine Park don't actually cover where the rays were occurring, so a lot of their priority or their critical habitats do fall outside of protected areas. When we scaled this back as well to have a look at how this related to the recently designated ISRAs, we did see that all of the priority areas that we identified do correlate with recently delineated ISRAs, except for one up the north of Queensland. So this just kind of draws attention to the fact that not only are the rays being underrepresented in marine protected areas, but also a lot of our shark species as well. So basically, just to wrap it up, so our rays are very unprotected in our marine protected areas, but this is just obviously giving us a chance to look at where the species are occurring and where the hotspots are and how we can further research in those regions to ensure that we can implement better protected areas for them. Additionally, what we identified was that all of the areas, the hotspots we found was less than 1% of the Australian EEZ, which means that it is a very low target to reach if we were going to implement new protected areas or we were going to rezone some of them. And just to touch on that, I did actually get an email earlier this afternoon that said that that area in Moreton Bay where the rays didn't match up with the marine protected areas going under community consultation, and it is going to extend that to cover the important habitat for those rays. So, thank you.
We have time for questions. No? Well, thanks, Ciaran. We're going to continue with the next one. Please welcome James Ketchum. He's going to talk us about shark sanctuaries in the Gulf of California.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Wait for the presentation. Thank you. Very happy to be here in my 5th Sharks International, and hopefully I'll be in more of them. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about shark sanctuaries in the Gulf of California. This is a long-term project, and it have involved a lot of people, including a number of fishermen. Some of them are listed here in this list of co-authors. So I'm going to talk about the Gulf of California. Needless to say, a very famous, highly biodiverse region in the world. And I'm going to concentrate in the southwestern Gulf of California, where we have been studying for over the last 10 or 15 years. This region, the same as the Gulf of California, is highly biodiverse, coral reefs, rocky reefs, including lots of pelagics. These are the mobular rays that were introduced yesterday by Marta Palacios. And in some areas, large aggregations of sharks. These are blacktips in Cabo Pulmo that were, KTRs talked about this a couple days ago. These are the emblematic species of this corridor that we call it. We have the whale shark, scallop hammerheads, bull sharks, and blacktips. We have a bunch of other species, but these are like the most common species that you can see there. However, there are many threats. The main ones typically overfishing, decades of overfishing. And so from artisanal to industrial fisheries, they have bring some of the species in the Gulf of California to the brink of extinction, like the vaquita over there. is almost extinct. There's only 5 left. And also hammerhead species have been extirpated from the Gulf of California, and so nowhere to be found, at least, especially the great hammerhead and the smaller species of hammerheads. And the scallop hammerhead is following the same fate. At the same time, there are insufficient conservation and management tools. Particularly, there's a lack of MPAs in this region. We have been studying hammerheads in the last decade or so in this region, and we have a paper out that talks about the decline of scallop hammerheads in the seamounts of the Gulf of California. So they have a decline in abundance between 97 to 100% in some of the seamounts here in the Gulf of California, namely El Bajo, Espiritu Santo, and Las Animas. For this reason, we have partnered with the fishermen, and we have been talking to them in the past 10 years about this problem. There's 20 fishing communities from Loreto to Cabo Pulmo. There's over 400 fishers that live in this region, and we have performed over 200 interviews with them to learn about some of their livelihoods. And we have identified critical habitats of their commercial species they catch, and also the threats to their fisheries and livelihoods. And also at the same time, we have been studying the movements of sharks and rays, especially mobulates, in this region in southwestern Gulf of California. We have 15 years of data. We have tagged 14 species of sharks, 2 mobulate species, and we have over 30 listening stations. Over there on the left, you can see the existing MPAs in this southwestern part of the Gulf of California, the Loreto National Park, Espiritu Santo National Park, and Cabo Pulmo National Park. And on the right-hand side, we have a network analysis of the movement data where we can see the corridors of movement or the connections, and also the hubs where sharks enter in and out from these 3 main hotspots, which are a seamount south of Loreto National Park, Espiritu Santo National Park, the blue dot over there, and the big green dot down there, Cabo Pulmo National Park. And also we have been exploring how the sharks move around in this region, and we have performed home range analysis of 4 different species. Here I just have an example of hammerheads, scallop hammerheads on the right-hand side. And what they do is that their home ranges extend well beyond the boundaries of the MPAs. So that's definitely, there's a need for more MPAs in the region to further protect these animals. For this purpose, in order to protect better this highly mobile species, especially sharks and mobulates in the southwestern Gulf of California, we have used MarkSen. MarkSen is a tool where you set your conservation targets, and these are our conservation targets, the focal species of the region. We selected six species, the ones that had the most days detected, and also they were detected in most stations. These are the blacktip shark, dusky shark, giant manta, pygmy devil ray, scallop hammerhead, and smooth hammerhead. We also selected key habitats, and this comes from Blue Habitats. It's a repository, and they're basically the marine geomorphologies. And the main ones where the home ranges overlapped are the canyons and escarpments, and we set a target of 30% for both of them. And in terms of the species, we set a target for the critically endangered scallop hammerhead of 95%. We also defined the area and the planning units, and we incorporated the costs. So distance to the coast was one of the coasts at 0.01 square kilometer pixel, and the fishing effort that comes from Global Fishing Watt at 10 square kilometer pixel. So this became our planning unit operational cost at 10 square kilometers. At the end, this is, I skipped a lot of steps on the process, I have no time, but this is our proposed polygon for the conservation of a couple of priority areas. So we have a high priority area in the orange, which is basically could be the no-take zone. This is still in discussion with local artisanal fishers. And we have the medium priority area that could become like the buffer zone, where industrial fisheries should not be allowed. And I have a fisherman there because it's the symbol that we need to discuss all of this processes. This is just an idea of what we can do in this region. Recently, Emiliano presented the ISRAs worldwide. This was selected as an ISRA several years ago. And so we're using this overlap of the ISRAs with a proposed polygon to further support the importance of this region to be protected. In terms of whatever you call it, could be a marine protected area, also could be a fisheries refuge, as stated in the Mexican law. We also have a campaign that's called a community awareness campaign. Sorry, it's in Spanish. And this campaign is called Ruta de los Tiburones, which means the shark swimway. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to engage the fishermen more. And what this is showing is why sharks are important and why this shark swimway is important. And so this is, that's our, you want to follow us on social media, those are our handles. And that's something that we're trying to bring up with the fishermen together. At the end, having more sharks in the water represents more quality fish in the water for them to catch to better sustain their livelihoods. And that's a message we're trying to convey to them as much as possible. And these have been our donors through all this process, through all these years. We thank to all of them, and also thank you for some of those donors to bring me back to Sharks International, and these are some of our partners that have been participating in this large project. And thank you very much. If you need more information about our research project in the Gulf of California, you can click on the QR code right there. Thank you very much. You have any questions? Thanks.
We have time for questions. One over there.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I'm just wondering to what extent your acoustic receiver array was limited to the area that you're interested in, and whether or not that affects your impression of movement of sharks to the other side of the Bay of California or out into the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, the acoustic receiver array spans the whole sub-region in the southwestern Gulf of California. Obviously, there's gaps, but we try to cover as many of the seamounts and islands throughout. And on top of that, I didn't mention that in detail, but we have tagged a number of sharks with satellite transmitters in order to fill that gap if they move out, how much they move out of the receiver array. And they pretty much stay offshore between the seamounts, and they go out as much as 20 kilometers or 15 nautical miles or less offshore from the seamounts on the islands. I don't know if that answers the questions.
We had another one over there, please, in the back.
Wonderful talk.
Thank you.
How receptive are these fishing communities towards closing entire areas potentially for no fishing, or are they eager to try and recover what was potentially there 30 years ago?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you for asking. There's always no time to explain those details. Yes, I think the new generations of fishermen that are like from 30 to up to 40 years old, they're better connected thanks to internet and the cell phones, and they understand, and at the same time they know that everything is going down. We interview them and they say, yeah, the scallop hammerhead is declining, so they know that, and they know if they don't do anything, things will go worse. There's a bit of a disconnect between what has been gone in the past, that the government had established some MPAs in a top-down way, and some fishermen are really against MPAs because of that. So we're trying to go slowly with them. I know 20 by 30 is coming up, but we're trying to go with a finer process and make them understand that if we create this corridor, it's going to be better for them. There'll be more fish for them to catch, and they'll be better off with this marine protected area if we're able to make it. But they have to be engaged and they have to be part of this process. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, James.
Thank you very much.
We're going to welcome the last